Sì, esatto.
mobilization of resources. And I video chat now, no? Definition of processor. A processor is a repeated sequence of actions that transform into input into output and lead to value result for the customer. No? Processor definition will do it. No? So again, input, no? Output into output sequence of action. The customer will not be a information no lead to value result for it. Another good result. It is a wrong way. Do you know? I really don't know what the camera. Usually, who in a knowledge in a one or the end do it for one year. Okay. Typically perform in a particular order. No, two are these local no? Perform a step on distinct tasks. Action to a bar, sequence of bar, repeated to a bar, no? People do perform to create something new or transform the group. Oh no. The idea the watch copy and paste over the original. What the process start with or transform, not never to cut your product created service render. The original have about the queen. Oh no, the queen man. Yarrow gone a yawa, no? Never to okay, that thing. No, you know, like how they will guide how we will. So I do. I don't know. 2 years ago, no customer definition as a no okay. Affected effectively our process are reliable and deliver value that English is effectively effectively as our process are reliable and deliver process here. No? Value ဖြစ်တဲ့ဟာကိုဘယ်လိုမှမလုပ်ဘူးဆိုတော့ဒီပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့ဖိုင်ရင်းနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ခင်ဗျားတို့တွေပြန်စဉ်းစားရင်တော့နော်တော်တော်ဒီဆရာကိုကျွန်တော်ရမ်းပြောကြတယ် efficient. Our process are simple, standard, timely, and integrated. Now, we don't want to simplify the input in the process here, simplify the it's a no little actually. But why do you not mommy only? No, the process is an people effective people do it, efficient people do it. Appropriate people do it. No, but Daria now be my in the eye there. Like you know, gone over. Okay, now you know, maybe you're never going out. You know, how you know, digest. Oh no, Rodiaga. Or and do a camera gonna be choosy quality champion goes down maybe down in the label bouncy to one page you young so you how no not say without gone no pero maneka ma sin sai ne du la yi twaတွေ့တာပေါ့နော် seven principles of AJCCB 7 principles of D 7 principles of I don't know 9001နဲ့ principle တွေကတော့ကိုကဏ္ဍတွေတော့သွားတူတယ်ကြည့်ပါဟုတ်နော် efficient တော့တခုရေးတခါပြန်ရှင်းသွားရအောင်ဟုတ်ပြန်နော်အဲ့တော့ efficient ဖြစ်ဖို့ကကျွန်တော်ဒီစကားလုံးလေးလုံးနဲ့အရင်သဘောကျတာပဲ standard they use define and common workflow the tools roles and responsibility the policy the expectation ဒီမှာကြည့်အောင် efficient ဆိုတဲ့စကားလုံးတွေမှာ standard ကအကုန်လုံးဝင်သွား roles or responsibility တွေရော policy တွေရော expectation တွေရောအဲ့တော့ဒီ ISO 9001မှာလည်းဒါပဲပြောတာပဲ AJC မှာလည်းဒါပဲပြောတာပဲ source scale မှာလည်းဒါပဲပြောတာပဲ D မှာလည်းဒါပဲပြောတာပဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အရင်စိတ်ဝင်စားနေတယ် excited ဖြစ်တာပေါ့နော် Andrew သူဘယ်လိုပေါင်းစည်းမလဲပေါ့ standard efficient ဖြစ်ဖို့ဆိုတဲ့ဒီစကားလုံးလေးလုံးလို့တယ် simple ဖြစ်ဖို့လိုတယ်နော် clear ပြရမယ် concise ပြရမယ် visually organize လုပ်ထားမယ် easy to perform correctly အဲ့ဒါကိုကျွန်တော်ပြောတဲ့အခါကျတော့ချင်းဘာမှစကားလုံးရှာကြည့်လိုက်တယ်နော်ဒီ efficient လေးတော့ပြန်နေကြတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒီစေလုံးဆုံးကျွန်တော်မသိဘူးဟို dictionary intuitive timely တဲ့ they flow smoothly minimal hand off delay တဲ့ reward to provide output when needed နော်အဲ့တော့ဒီ efficient ဆိုတဲ့စကားလုံးကတော့ကျွန်တော်အရင်ကသဘောကျတယ်ကျွန်တော်အကြိုက်ဆုံးထဲမှာပါ integrated they seamlessly integrate with other process into a larger optimized system နော်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ကိုယ်ခါလေးကျွန်တော်ပြောပြတာ2013တော့တော့အောင်တယ်ပြီးကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒါညဒီစီရလာမယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ကြည့်တယ် okay အဲ့တော့ easy to do right quickly တဲ့ဟောဒီအကုန်လုံးကိုချုပ်ပြီးတာပြန်ကြတဲ့အခါကျတော့ easy to do right quickly ကျွန်တော်မလို့ပြန်မလဲပေါ့နော်မစိန်တော့ပြောသေးတယ်အောင်အကူဟုတ်နော်ကြားပွဲတော့အဲ့တော့ဗမာပြည်မှာ lean develop ဖြစ်လာနေတယ်နော်အဲ့တော့ဖြစ်တဲ့ SME တွေသိနေကြတာအဲ့ဒီတော့နော်အဲ့တော့ SME ကိုပေါင်းတော့တယ်ဒီလိုဆက်လို့အခုနေတာတောင်းနေတာဖြစ်တယ်ဆိုတော့ပေါင်းတော့ဒီလိုအားရတော့နော်အဲ့တော့ဒီလိုအစီအစဉ်သင်တော်မှုပြုလို့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့စတာဒီခုကျွန်တော်ဒီလိုကနေဆောင်းနေတော့ဆောင်းနေဒီအားနဲ့ဆက်တယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြီးပြီးကျွန်တော်နေ40တော့ဘာမှမသိတာခင်ဗျာပြောလို့အားကိုလည်းပြီးနေတာအဲ့တော့ဆောင်းနေနိုင်ရတာတော့ပြောတော့ပြီးနော်ဒီဒီပဲကြာမှာဆိုဒီလိုမှမတတ်နိုင်ရဒီပေါ်ရ Okay anyway ဒီကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့တိုင်းပြည်အောင် generation တစ်ခုတောက်ဆုံးမှာဟုတ်တယ် generation ဟို page ကတော့ဟာဒီအစား generation page ကတော့အဲ့တော့စရပါလိမ့်မယ်စာရေးဟိုပြီးနေတာဘာမှမပြောတော့ဘူးเนาะဒီနေရာကဘယ်လိုစရမလဲလို့ပဲစဉ်းစားမှာအဲ့ဒါမှလည်းတိုက်ကြတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းကျွန်တော်ပြောတယ်ကျွန်တော်ခံနေတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီကဘယ်လိုလုပ်ပြရမလဲကျွန်တော်ကလီးကိုကျွန်တော်ဖြစ်နေနေတာပေါ့နော်ဒီကနေ့ပိုင်းနဲ့ပြောင်းနေအောင်เนาะဒီစီကလေးနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ရအောင်ပြောပါเนาะဒီကလည်းပြောရတယ်ကိုယ်ကဘာလို့ပဲပြောပါတယ်အဲဒီလူတွေကလည်းဒီကတော့မှမင်းပြောတာဆက်ပါလို့
ဒီမှာရမှာ customer တွေကလည်းဘက်ကလည်းတောင်း
ဆောက်ရမှာကိုရှိတယ်နော်လေနော်ဟိုအများကြီးတော့မရှိဘူးနည်းနည်းတော့ရှိတယ်အဲ့တော့ရတော့ဒီနေ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကရအောင်သုံးတာခုနကတော့ရသွားပြီလို့ရှိရင်တော့က okay ပြီဆိုတော့ကလိုက်မှာပါတော့ပြောကြတယ်ပေါ့တယောက်တစ်ယောက်က okay တယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ကလိုက်မှာဒါပေါ့ငါတော့သူ့ထိုးတာတော့မြင်ရတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီလေးဆိုတော့2018ကဆိုစအဲ့ဟုတ်ပြီဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့တွေ့တယ်ဒီကတို့ရင်းမှာကျွန်တော်တို့တိုင်းပြည်နေတာဟုတ်ဘာမှမဖြစ်အဲ့ဆိုဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ဒါတော့ယူဆွဲနေတယ်အဲ့ဆိုရမှာတော့ Facebook ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်သင်ရမှာလေဒီဝေးနဲ့ဝေဒနာပုံစံမျိုးပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီလိုလည်းအားသေးလို့ဒီမှာကြည့်အဲ့ဒီလိုတော့သိနေတော့အဲ့ဒီလိုလည်းရောနေတာတော့အဲ့တော့ဝေးနဲ့ဝေဒနာလေးဒီမှာအဲ့တော့အဲ့ဒါတော့ဒီတိုင်းရောက်နေပြီဝေဒနာလေးကိုကျွန်တော် online နဲ့ဒီလိုပေါ်တယ်ပါလေဒီလမ်းနဲ့ပါနေလို့အဲ့လိုလေးတော့သင်အောင်တာပေါ့နော်အမှုပြန်သင်ရတော့လင်းရဲ့ဒီပေါင်းစီကိုရတဲ့ဟာကြီးကထွက်လာပြီဒီလိုဒီ quality champion တော့ဒီပေါင်းလိုက်ဖို့ထွက်လာမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့စဉ်းစားမယ်ဒီမှာရဲ့ဒါကိုဘယ်လိုရတယ်လို့ကြည့်တယ်โอเคဒီမှာရဲ့ဘယ်ရောက်စိတ်ဝင်စားလဲဒီကိုစီးသုံးကြတော့ဒီစိတ်ဘာလဲရှိတယ်မှာနေပါလိမ့်မယ်အဲ့တော့ကိုနဲ့ပါနေဒီတဲ့ခါကျတော့ awareness တွေစပြောလာတော့အောင်နေတော့အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဒီပုံကြီးမဖြစ်တဲ့ပြောအဲ့လိုနဲ့ပြောတဲ့ခါကျတယ်နော်အဲ့ဒါလေးဝိုင်းလိုက်လို့ရှိလို့ရှိရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်တင်တဲ့ link ကပြန်တက်လာမှာဟိုပြန် link ကစရောက်လာမှာပေါ့နော်အများကြီး sorry
ဟိုကတဲ့ဟိုကဒါပေမဲ့ management commitment ရှိမယ်ဆိုရင်တို့ရဲ့ cost တွေ reduce လုပ်နိုင်တာဆိုတော့တက်တည်တာမှာကြာ
ဟုတ်လားဒီပဲရှိတယ်ဘယ်တော့မှအဲ့ဒီဒီများပတ်ပေးလို့ဟိုလိုဆိုမနေဘူး process improvement ပြလိုက်လို့ခုနပြောတဲ့ cost ကိုမြောက်လေးဒီ9ရက်ပြောင်းလေး set လုပ်မှာ cost ဘယ်လောက် reduce လုပ်သွားလို့အချိန်ဘယ်လောက်ပိုသွားလို့အဲ့ဒါလည်းသိတယ်မှာရမှာဟုတ်လားခင်ဗျားတို့ကလည်းရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒီက user ဒီ process ဒီ improvement နဲ့ပတ်သက်တဲ့ဒီ process example နဲ့ပတ်သက်တဲ့ဟာဘယ်လိုလုပ်လို့ရှိနေလို့ဘယ်လောက်ပြောလာမယ်လို့ပြောစိတ်ဝင်စားပါဒါနာတော့ခင်ဗျာသိရစီရသိမှတော့အဲ့ဒါလည်းတော့ကြတယ်ပတ်သက်ပြရမယ်ဆိုတော့သိတယ်နော်ဟုတ်နော်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ကောင်းနေတယ်ရောက်တယ်ဟုတ်နိုင်ဘူးအဲ့ဆိုဖြစ်တယ်ဒီကအခြေအနေတေဘူကဒီနေ့မှဟုတ်တယ်ဒီပဲသူကဘာဖြစ်လို့လဲအဲ့ဆိုရတယ်ဟုတ်အဲ့ဒီပြည့်ဟိုသားရတဲ့ကိုပြန်လို့အဲ့မှာသူတို့ဒီမှာကာချာဖြစ်မလို့မှန်တယ်ရောက်အဲ့တော့မလို့ဒီကဒီစက်ပြည့်ဘာကိုမလုပ်ဘူးလို့အဲ့မှာဘာဖြစ်လဲဆိုဒီချီကိုသူတို့ပြောတာတိကျသူတို့ပြောတာမှန်တော့ဘယ်လိုဝေးလိုက်နော်ဘယ်လိုဟိုလိုဒီအလုပ်ဒီကြောင့်ဘယ်လိုဆိုဒီကလို့ဟုတ်တယ်ဒါတော့ချီရမျိုးဘာမှမဖြစ်ဒီ process ကိုဘာဖြစ်လို့အပေါ်ရလေးမဖြစ်အပေါ်ရတော့လည်းလေရောဒီ IEC စာရိတ်တဲ့တဲ့ဘောမှာတော့0ပဲလို့မှန်တယ်အဲ့ဒါတော့လည်းဘာလို့ဆက်လို့ပေါ့
ကြားတဲ့စာကြတယ်ပြီးတော့ကိုယ်လည်းဆက်ပြီးတော့ HCP မှာတော့
အများကြီးကျွန်တော်ဆိုတာမပေးဘူးကျွန်တော်ဆိုတာတွေ့ရတယ်ဒါတို့ဒီနေ့မှတော့ပါပြီးဆိုပြီးကျွန်တော်ဆက်မလုပ်ဘူးဒီပြီး
ဆက်စစ်ရတဲ့ plan ရှိတာ
ဒီဆက်စစ်တဲ့ဒီဝါဒကတော့အဲ့ဒီ group တော့ကျွန်တော်မြင်ရတော့ course အများကြီးမတော်ရတဲ့ပုံစံနဲ့လေးလက်စားတယ်ဟုတ်လားတော့ကျွန်တော်ကကြည့်ပြီးမယ် SME ကိုကျွန်တော်ကြားဖို့ quality champion ကကျွန်တော်ရတဲ့ဒီကျွန်တော်သိသွားတဲ့ဆိုနော်ဒီနေ့စမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဝင်ရောက်တာတော့အားရပြောတဲ့အခါကျတော့ဘာလို့မလဲဒီလိုတည်းဒီပတ်ပြီးရအောင်ဆက်ကြအောင်ဒီကတော့ပါနေတာစာရအောင်တော့လည်းဒီလိုမျိုးပေါ့နော်ဒီရောပဲစောင့်နေအောင်ဒီတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီရဲ့နေရာတွေတော့ဟုတ်နော်အဲ့တော့အော်ဘာလာကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ဝယ်ဆိုင်ကနေဒီအားလုံးလို့ဒီကျွန်တော်တို့လာကုန်လောက်ကြာလို့ရှိလို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့လာကုန်လောက်ကြာလို့ရှိလို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီစောင့်နေနေတာအဲ့တော့မှသူကအနားရုံလို့မလားဘုံလုံးတွေတော့ချောက်တယ်အနားရုံတော့ပဲလုပ်ပါနောက်ဒီကိုကြည့်ရတယ်ရောက်ကြမယ်ပေါ့နော်ရတဲ့လူကျွန်တော်တို့ကတင်တန်းလေးပေးပြီးတော့ဟို selection လုပ်ပြီးတဲ့အခါကျတော့ဆက်ရုံဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟယ်လို ဒီဖုန်းမနဲ့နော်ဖုန်းမနဲ့ပြုတ်တယ်ဖုန်းမ
ရတယ်ဆရာ
မဟုတ်ပြုတ်တယ်ပြောနေတယ်ပြုတ်တယ်ဟုတ်โอเคအဲ့တော့ဟိုလာတော့ကျွန်တော်ရေးပြီးပြီးစားပြီးတော့ဒီလာနဲ့ဒီစံလို့ပဲဒီကစားတော့ဒီကဒီပို့စီရတယ်
ကိုလေအဲ့လိုကိုလေ
DTOD
လေ
ဘိုးရမရှိတာလို့အောက်ကတော့အဲ့ဒါဒီမှာရှင်းကြတယ်ဘယ်လိုကဲအဲ့ပါဗျာဒီပြီးရဟိုကျွန်တော်ဒါ DTOD ရဲ့ပြီးတာenterprise ကိုပြီးတော့training ရောဘာမှမသိဘူးမန်တိကခင်ဗျားတို့ဒီကရတဲ့တော့ဒီလိုရှိတယ်ကျွန်တော်ပြောပြနေကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒါကိုလာတော့မှ CC ကိုစီလို့တော့မဟုတ်တော့ဘာကိုရှင်းရโอเคတော့တော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းစီဟို room measure ကိုလည်းကျွန်တော်ပြင်ပါမယ်โอเค mechanical data ဘောပြmechanical data โอเคအဲ့ဒါလည်းရေးဖို့လို့ဒီလိုဒီကောင်တို့တော့မရမှာတော့ဒီလိုမရဘူးအဲ့တော့ DCC 3တော့ကျွန်တော်ဘူးတော့အဲ့ဒါကကျွန်တော်တို့ခုဒီမှာလင်းရတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီအောင်ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ simplify လုပ်ပြီးတော့ SMC ကိုအဲ့ဒါစဉ်းစားပါโอเคလက်ရှိကျွန်တော်တို့ process ကိုပါနေတယ်ပေါ့ဒါအစလေးကိုပြကျွန်တော်နားလေတော့လက်ရှိကျွန်တော် process ကိုပါရှိလို့အဲ့ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ဘူရာကိုဒီနေ့လုံးမဲ့ဒီ9ရက်လုံးမဲ့ exercise ကတော့โอเคဝေးစီပါရှိလို့ဟုတ်တော့လားကျွန်တော်ဒါတွေကိုချုပ်ပေးလို့ရဘူးလားမင်းကိုလေးကဒီနာမည်ကြီးရတယ် process 6ခုကနေဒီခုတော့ဘယ်လိုချုပ်ချမှာဒုံမကြီးရတယ်ဒီနာဟုတ်တော့အဲ့ရတဲ့စာမှာဒီနာမည်လို့ရအောင်ကိုကနေမှသွားပြီးတော့မှโอเคကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ process ကိုပါရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒီစီတက်တယ်ပြန် decision tree သားတွေလို့ပြအောင်နေဝင် decision သားတွေပဲဘူးကျွန်တော်တော့ပေးတယ်ပို့တယ်တော့အဲ့တော့ဒါလည်းပြောတာက CCP ဒါတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီကလေးနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ ATC work ပဲရတော့ question ညပြင်နေတယ်အဲ့တော့ဝေးရရောဒီဖောင်းနဲ့တော့ဖြည့်တာတော့ကျန်တော့တင်နာပေးတယ်တင်နာပေးရတယ်တင်နာ knowledge တွေအဲ့တော့ပဲရတော်ပြီးတော့မှအားစိတ်လို့ပြောတာကြောင့်လည်းဒါဒီဥစ္စာပဲခုတော့လည်းအားတွေတော့ဒီ process တွေကြာဒီခုပြအောင်ဘယ်လိုလုပ်လဲဆိုတာတော့ခင်ဗျားတို့ကနေမှဒီဝိုင်းယုံဒီစကလုံးတွေတော့ပြောလို့မရသေးဘူးဟုတ်နော်ခင်ဗျားတို့အတွက်ပဲဒီကတော့သို့တော်လည်းပဲဒီမှာရတဲ့ဒီစီးနေတယ်ခင်ဗျားတို့တာလို့မှဘယ်လို improve ပြအောင်လို့ဒါတွေပဲကျွန်တော်နားရမှာတော့ NUG က information အများကြီးထားရတယ် waste တွေ reduce လုပ်လို့လည်းပါအဲ့ဒါဒီမှာခုနပြောလို့ပေါ့အမှောင်ဆုံး slide မှာပဲဒီခုနပြောခဲ့တယ်ပေါ့တော့ figure နဲ့ပြောင်းရရမှာလေဘယ်လောက်ထိသူတို့နော်ဒီဟာလို့လဲချိန်အပြင်ဘယ်လောက်ထိဒီမဲ့လေ reduce annual cost over 1.5 million dollar ဒီမှာပြောတာ reduce spend time by average 59% ဒီ figure တွေဖတ်လာတွေ့လုံငါမှာအဲ့လို reduce မလုပ်ဘူးဆိုတော့ဒီမှာညာမစိတ်ဝင်စားဘူးနော်ကျွန်တော် agency စိတ်ဝင်စားတာဒီလိုမရဘူးစိတ်ဝင်စားတာ agency တို့ပါလို့စိတ်ဝင်စားတာ agency မရဘူးက export တွေလို့မရတဲ့ကြောင့်ဆို agency ဒီ process ကိုဒီလိုမှလုပ်တယ်ဒီစိတ်အားစိတ်တတိယဝေးပဲအားစားတင်းပြီးအားစားတင်းအောင်မှစဉ်းစားကြည့်ဟုတ်နော်โอเคဟုတ်တယ်ဟုတ်နော်အဲ့တော့ဒီ9ရက်မှာတော့လူစီကတော့ခဏပေါ်လေကျွန်တော်မြင်လာတော့ခင်ဗျားတို့ course ကိုဒီ link ကိုတောင်းနေပုံရတယ်တောင်းတက်တာတောင်းနေရဖို့နော်တော့ပြီးခဲ့တယ်တော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းပေါင်းစုပြောလို့ဟုတ်နော်โอเคကျော်တနိုင်ထိုးသားပြီ sorry 19ရက်လူတွေရောက်ပြီလားရွှေရောက်ပြီလားအတန်ကြားလားမသိဘူး interpreter နဲ့သူတွေ
ဟုတ်ကြားရတယ်ဆရာတင်
ဟုတ်ပြီ
မနှောင်းနဲ့တော့
ဟုတ်ကဲ့
မက်ဆေ့မရောက်သေးဘူးဆရာ
သိပြီရ
စမယ်လူလည်းမရောက်သေးဘူးနော်အဲ့တော့ interpreter online ကနေ join ပါမယ်
ဟုတ်တယ်အင်္ဂလိပ် channel ဟုတ်ကျမကြားရပါတယ်ရှင်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ရှင် ဟုတ်ဆရာမကြားရပါတယ် Thank you ပါဆရာမ
Okay, yeah.
လက်ချက်ကလေးထိုးထားလိုက်ပါလား
Melu.
ဒီအတန်နေထွက်လာ
No pay, no pay, no.
တက်ပိတ်လိုက်နော် မနေနောက်တယ်အေးရှိဆိုတော့ကိုကသူ့ဖူးနေလေးရေးမနေ
sorry ရေးလိုက်မယ်အခု sorry
မနေမနောက်နဲ့နော်အေးရှိဆိုတော့ကိုဆရာမရပါလမ်းခေါ် လူမြတ်သေး
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
morning sir
Good morning Andrew
By the way, thanks for the feedback so far. A number of you appreciate the positive words.
Good, Andrew.
I'm looking forward to spending the next few days with you.
Yes.
Nó chuyển miệng nữa.ရောက်ပြီမရွှေရောက်ပါပြီ
Hello, morning, Sia, morning, Andrew, and everyone.
So, Andrew, I'd like to inform one information regarding interpreter. You know that interpreter will join online. You know that, Andrew.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
I already printed. You know the A3 with A3 paper. You know that for exercise. You know, so
Okay.
it's ready. Yeah, Andrew. Right. Yeah.
Awesome, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Yes, interpretation mode is already available.
So I should go there. I'll go to English. Yes. I hear you just fine, yes. And you are, yes, no, I get that. I'm looking for you on the, okay, Mia Mia.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
Very good. Okay, great. Thank you, Mia Mia. All right. I've been enjoying looking at the work that some of you are still wrapping up on the work instructions.
Mhm.
Let's see, my PowerPoint is not responding at all. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay. Okay, so let me know when you all are ready, and what we'll do is we'll start to take a look at the exercises and the things that y'all have done over the weekend.
I think we are ready. You know that from in person and also online.
Okay,
Yeah, we can start. Yeah.
wonderful. Okay, great. So let's take a look. So what I have is, we'll start online again. So with group 1, oh, very nice. We have some pictures also. I'm going to share, of course, sorry. Okay, so I won't go into a great deal of detail. You all over here for the moment. But what I see is, this is group 1. This is the tea leaves. This is so step 7, rolling of steamed tea leaves. Process is the larger process is fermentation of tea leaves. So we bring the cool tea leaves, put them into stainless steel drum, roll them at this rotation speed, stop the machine, collect the byproducts. Okay, do the remainder of the tea leaves, and then put the tea balls out from rolled tea leaves. So, and here we can see the factory workers doing these tasks. So very nice, with instructions, with diagrams. You maybe want to put specifically which a number on the diagram to show which step you're actually talking about, although it's probably obvious, but that might be very helpful.
Yes. Yes.
So nice instruction here.
Thank you.
This is another step here where we are adding of the taste ingredients and some specific steps here. So also very nice. And another step, wonderful, packaging of ready-made tasty. Okay, so this is the packaging, and here we have the scale of the packages, what the things look like, what it looks like afterwards, and what it looks like after it's been sealed. So also very nice organizing of the steps, step by step, and instruction, and the pictures again also looks very nice. So good job, team. Thank you for such a nice work.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. Yes.
And this is group 2. So we also have a few, and I think we've looked at this one already. This is the sampling. So specific guidance on the instrument to use, this 35-gram pipe, this scale, I'm not sure if that's another scale, and then a sieve, and some specific instructions on how to do the sieving, checking visually. So we may want to provide additional guidance on what is damaged, what is correct, so that the person knows, has some clear guidance on what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. But this is nicely done here. And then to inform the warehouse manager, then unload the bags, and if reject, we inform our supplier. And now we have the next work instruction. So you may want to have a little bit more guidance on what the step actually is. So you can come back to your process map here, and we have that. Here's worker 1. If I have it correct, removes the mung beans dust by machine. So that would be something that we could put here, removing dust from the machine. And this is the instructions. Ah, yes. So in the morning, we take 10 bags, we put one on the machine, we watch it collect, remove the bag when it's full, insert new bag, weigh the waste bag, seal it, record the amount, and move to the reject area. So very nice step by step, well done. And we actually have a nice, nice process map here for this of removing the dust. So also nicely done. If you had time also, you could include a picture of maybe how to attach the dust bag or how to remove the dust bag. Maybe the most important part of this, but generally this is very nicely done. Thank you. So group 1 in the room has done another outstanding job. I don't know if you even have time to look at them all. They've really done a very nice job in creating almost a work instruction for every step in the process. So this is almost a procedure, but parts of the procedure then can be put at each of the different steps for the people who need that step of the process. So this is the raw cherries receiving, what they look like when they're immature, mature or overripe. Again, we receive them, we take bags randomly, we eject, weigh, record, calculate the total cost. So I'm not sure, is it the receiving, we have the receiving operator here. Is it the receiving operator who also calculates the total cost, or is that done by someone else? That would be one question here. Sorting the fresh cherries. So putting them in a bucket and taking them out. Again, maybe if you have some numbers and you have some numbers here to the diagrams, then you know exactly what they are looking for. But it's nicely done here. Carrying the fresh cherries, not more than 8 kilograms, placing where they're supposed to be placed, which is nice. Beautiful pictures of sun drying the fresh cherries and rotating them hourly, and the content, which is determined by one of these instruments, I think. So that's very nice. Carry them back to the warehouse, bag them. There's a dry mill process. We also have nicely here the different types of defects. And showing, it looks like what types of diameters or what sizes we're looking for. It was interesting looking at this here, that the number of defects. So this looks like it's an actual documentation of how many defects there are. So you wouldn't want these numbers here in this, except as an example. But it was interesting to me that the Pareto principle is alive and well, because if we look here, moldy bean 50, and if you add up all the things, you have maybe 70, and 50 of the 70, only one defect, the moldy bean, is responsible for almost all of the defects. Maybe 80% of the defects is just from the moldy bean itself. So here the Pareto principle is also showing us that it's at work. And then the hand pick process, and again, we could also have some data collection, which is helpful. Maybe what are the forms that they will fill in, so that we can track the percentages. So overall, nicely done. And these will be helpful to the people then who are doing the work, and we have all the way down to the final weighing and packing. So nicely done in conference room group 1. In conference room group 2, unless there's something new, this is what we've seen. And a nice step-by-step instruction for receiving the mangoes, unloading, placing the place the baskets in the designated area, and hopefully that will be marked out as we did in the earlier exercise. Counting the number of baskets, weighing them each, identifying 1 in 10 for general inspection, placing the mangoes on the work table, inspecting them, ripeness, color, size, visual inspection. So these are the criteria, which is very nice. Informing the defect rate to the purchaser, moving them to temporary storage area, and then deciding on the price and informing. And here's the receiving record, what this looks like, the color guide for what's acceptable, and a guide to mango defects. So also very nicely done, lots of visual for the receiving inspection of the mangoes. So all the groups have done a really great job. Thank you for working on this so diligently. Are there any questions as we wrap up this module? These have been our instructions to create work instructions for one or more steps, and that is what you've done. You've described what the person needs to do to successfully perform. You've used words and diagrams and photos, and now we've taken a look at them together. One thing that I will say is, and we've talked about this before, these are living documents. So you provide them, ideally, you'll work with the actual people who are doing the work to create them. You'll create them, you provide them, and then as time goes on, the worker may say, if you would add this, or you see someone makes a mistake and then you add something else, or you see someone is missing information and you add something else. So these are living documents. At the beginning, you may change them more often, and then I suppose over time that they would stabilize, but still be open to improvement every now and then. So nicely done. Are there any questions or comments about these from anyone?
About me,
Okay, so this has been our module on work instructions, on standard operating procedures. And the main point is that these are the best known way of doing our work, and we improve them over time. We create them with feedback from people who are doing the work, and we test them and we adjust them over time, and want people to be equipped to know the things that they need to do. We want to show the best known way of doing our work, and we want a means for everyone to know the best way to do it. And when one person improves, everyone gets to improve with them, because everyone is following the standard way of working. And it's also a requirement in order for us to make improvements, because if no one is going to follow a standard, then no one will follow the improvement. But if we have an approved way that's in the standard, then everyone will also be able to follow that standard, the new standard. Okay, anything else before we move on? All right, then just a second here. Okay, so all right. So great forms and checklists. Our goal for this module is that you would know the characteristics of great forms and checklists, and that you're able to create new ones or enhance ones that exist. So we're going to talk about what is the purpose of a form or checklist. I will tell you about the book and magazine article, The Checklist Manifesto, and we will look at the characteristics of a great form or checklist. We'll talk about a couple Excel tricks if you're doing things with Excel, and we'll have an exercise. And the exercise should be at the after the break. So there's a book by Atul Gawande. The name is The Checklist Manifesto. And there's also an article which summarizes the main points of the book. I, in fact, have not read the book, but I have read the article, and what I write here is based on the article as well as my experience and input from some other people. So Atul Gawande is actually a medical doctor, and he's concerned about patient care in hospitals. What he notices is that for many years, checklists have been developed and used to guide pilots flying airplanes in the very complex tasks that they need to perform. And he's noticed that highly skilled and qualified doctors and nurses sometimes forget or neglect to do some very simple, basic things that could save the lives of patients. Why don't they do everything that they need to do correctly? Well, there are three reasons that he writes. First of all, sometimes they just don't know what needs to be done. They don't know what is the best practice. Secondly, they may know it, but in the stress of the moment, they don't remember to do it, or simply they just forget. And the third is sometimes, and this is human nature, sometimes they don't want to do it. Sometimes it's easier not to. Sometimes they're in a hurry. They may want to take what we call a shortcut and not do the thing that they need to do. Now, I just realized, I've been giving this training many times now, I just realized the title of this book is actually in the form of a check. This is the Checklist Manifesto, and the title of the book is in the form of a check. I never noticed that before. Okay. Now let's see, why checklist? Well, checklist can help save lives and costs. So they did a test at the Johns Hopkins University Hospital, one of the most famous and most prestigious hospitals in America. And they were doing this to prevent what they call line infections. Line infections is when someone has an IV, a line put into their arm typically, and sometimes those lines feed things into the body, and sometimes those lines get infected, and sometimes that may cause the death of the person. And they created checklists, and they gave nurses permission to insist that the doctors follow the checklist. Now, this in and of itself is quite surprising, because in the hospital world, doctors are much higher than nurses, and doctors don't like to be told what to do, basically. And so for a nurse to tell the doctor, you forgot something or you should do something, is very rare. It's generally not appreciated, and doesn't happen very often. But in this case, they gave the doctors themselves gave the nurses permission to insist that they follow the checklist. And what they found out was that the rate of infections dropped in this part of the hospital they were looking at from 11%, so 1 in every 10 basically, to 2 total in 15 months. They prevented 43 infections, which prevented 8 deaths and saved $2 million. Simply by creating a checklist and making sure that the doctors always follow the checklist in how to insert and prepare, insert, and make clean these new lines when they put new lines into the patients. A huge benefit. So why do we do checklists? Because they remind us of the most important things that we need to do. They make us smarter, more systematic decision makers. They create a culture of discipline and teamwork, and they help us to not make mistakes on the easy things. So there are things that are complicated but if we can do the easy things well, then we can more easily, we're more prepared and more able to do the things that may be more difficult. The goal is not to turn people into robots, but to liberate, to make our brains free, to focus on the difficult things, where we have to improvise, where we have to be courageous, and where our creativity is needed. By focusing and doing the things that are easy to do if we follow a checklist. So here's a quote: "A good checklist is precise, efficient, and easy to use even in the most difficult situations." So that means if we create a good checklist, it is precise, it tells us exactly what we need to do. It helps us to do it in the most efficient way. And the checklist itself is efficient. It doesn't add much, but it gives the core essential things that need to be done. And if we follow the instructions, if we follow the checklist, we will be very likely to succeed even in the most difficult situations. And so the goal is to keep our checklists short and simple, focusing only on the critical steps that are needed to prevent common mistakes. How do we know what those common mistakes are? We know because we collect data and we look to see what are the things that are going wrong. We can ask our people who are doing the work what typically goes wrong, what mistakes are typically made, and we can make sure that we include those comments or instructions about those things so that people are not making these mistakes. There are two types of checklists. One is a read-do checklist, where we read the checklist and we do the things step by step, and the others where we do the step from memory first, and then when we're done, then we read the checklist to make sure we've done everything correctly. And often these may be simply because a person is inexperienced. If they don't have much experience, they could use the same checklist as a read-do. And after they have more experience, they use the do-confirm checklist. So if I'm, for example, packing my bags to go on a trip, if I haven't traveled in a long time, or I'm just beginning to travel, I would make it a read-do checklist. I would say, okay, pack this, get this, I'd go find it, put it in, pack this, get this, put it in. But if I'm more experienced, I remember in my head what to do, and only I look at the checklist at the end to make sure that I have everything that I need for my trip. Again, always, 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 we test and adapt them over time. So here's a nice example of a do confirm checklist. This is for creating valuable content on the internet. And we have instructions here. Is the content findable? Are there hashtags? Are there at least, is there an H1 tag? Are there at least 2 H2 tags? Metadata, etc. Is it readable? These are the things you need to do. Understandable, actionable, and shareable. So these are nice guidance on the things that one needs to have in a web page. And you can use this to generate your web page, but maybe over time when you become very good, you can simply use this to look back. But me as a beginner, I would use this to create my web page. There are a few tips that we can give for creating work instructions, checklists, forms that need to be filled in. And they have some examples here to use a very simple font that's easy to read, not this font with serifs with little things on the sides. Use only 1 or 2 fonts. Don't use many fonts like this. Use bold if you want to emphasize, not capital letters, not underlining. If you have an illustration, and we saw this on your work instructions, try to always use a caption to describe exactly what it is, that describes what it shows. They suggest that we do not use it italics. They can be difficult to read. It's fine to have white space, empty space. Don't fill up every last possible inch of space like I'm doing. That's one of my weaknesses. I like to fill up space, but it's fine to leave white space. And then have a good contrast between the type, between the letters and the background. So this is bad because the background is dark and the type is dark. This is okay, but still it's not ideal. And this is the best, white on black. It makes it the easiest to read. And then they also suggest that you align text on the left, not centered, also not justified, which creates open spaces. And these are the guides that you can find online. So some practical tips for creating forms and checklists. And we also, from the same organization, we talk about using plain English, or in the Myanmar language, to use as simple words as possible, as simple sentences as possible. So we have a couple examples here of elaborate use of English or plain use of English. And the goal is always to say things with as few words as possible so that people can read them as quickly as possible. So we might say, the people who will use the system, or we can simply say users. We can say incorporate mistake proofing, and we could simply say prevent mistakes. We could write those new to the task / novices, or we could simply say beginners. Once you have checked and verified to validate that there are no mistakes, we could simply say after checking for mistakes. We could write fill in all of the cells that must be filled in, which are marked mandatory. Or we could simply say fill in mandatory cells. We could say revise it's not even correct, revise all of the information that is yours, or we could simply say revise your information. Just take a note for myself here. And we could say meet together with the members of your team, or we could simply say meet with the team. For the purpose of making a point, or we could simply write to make a point, etc. So always think when you're writing, what's the simplest, easiest, shortest, plainest way that I can write this so that people can understand it quickly and easily. So here's my guide on how to create a great form or checklist. The difference between a form and a checklist is a form is something you fill in, and you have to print a new one every time because they need to be filled in. Whereas a checklist is something that you can look at again and again, and it tells you what to do. And you don't fill in information in a checklist. Maybe you check things off, but forms are actually filling in information. So in order to create an excellent form or checklist, you should know the reason you're creating the form. Why? What problem am I solving? And what does success look like for this form? What will this form enable the person to do? And what do we want that work to look like? What does success look like? Who will use it? How will they use it? What do they already know? What can you assume that they know? And what do you have to teach them? What do you have to instruct them to do? Write down what needs to be done or what information needs to be provided to succeed. So again, what needs to be done, that's in your checklist. What needs to be provided, what information needs to be provided, that's for a form. and you should explain that. Then we talked about this as much as possible, make it visual. That means images, diagrams, colors, shapes, numbering, white, shading, white space. Lay things out so that it's easy to see the flow. Label sections, label fields so that people know what is where. And then if you have a number of forms, it's nice to have those forms follow a similar format so people don't have to learn a new format for every form that they have to fill out, but they're all consistent, that they're easy to learn. It's important also to indicate what information or what steps are mandatory and what steps are optional, what always has to be done and what has to be done sometimes depending on the circumstance. And what are the rules for things that are optional, or if they're sometimes required. So we want to help people by preventing mistakes. So if they can select something, check rather than write something in, we always want to give them enough space to write. And if we're doing it electronically, such as in Excel, we should use what we call automatic validation or pull down menus when we're digital, so people can select what they want rather than trying to write it in, and maybe each time they write it differently. So use few words that are big enough to read, and also briefly explain the purpose of the form and the success criteria if that's needed. So why does this form exist, and what does the success of the operation look like? Finally, test it and get feedback, assess and update. Always, I will say this again, test it before you roll it out. As you use it, get feedback and make updates along the way. So this is an example of a read-do checklist. Step by step, you would do these things. Read them and do them. Step by step, read them and do them. On the other hand, once we've created a checklist, we can use this to see if we've done a good job. A great form or checklist, it communicates what is most important for success. It is easy to understand and to fill in or follow correctly. A great form or checklist shows the proper sequence, so you know what to do one to the next. It has visual information and it's nice to look at. Easy to find, that's one thing we haven't talked about yet, but they need to be easily accessible to the people doing the work, otherwise they won't find them. We always test them first, are correct and current. We're updated based on feedback, and the culture and control supports it to ensure that they are being used and followed. And this is a do confirm checklist. We would create the checklist and then afterwards we could check to see if it meets these things. If you are creating a form in Excel, there are a couple very cool, nice features. One is data validation, which it has a specific set of inputs that are acceptable and that are suggested for a field that needs to be filled in. It can tell you these can be mandatory or recommended, and you can also have pop-up instructions that maybe give a definition of what is small, what is medium, what is large. You can also use conditional formatting so that once something is filled in, given its value, it can be shaded, and so very quickly we can see small, medium, large, large, rather than just plain white. You can also use hidden rows, hidden columns, or hidden tabs in Excel so that people don't have to see everything, they just see the most important information. And you can use cell and sheet protection, but not if you're working with Excel online, because that doesn't work online. So what we're going to do, I'll go over the instructions now. But what we're going to do is have an exercise, and you can maybe get, maybe we'll just have a break a little bit early. So this is the instruction. Our goal is to create a form or checklist for our process. So some of you have already created everything, almost everything. But there have been a number of places where you've asked someone to fill in a form or fill in information. One of the groups has already created a form for that, but maybe you could create some forms, maybe for data collection, or the forms that you fill in when you accept a new shipment of cherries or of leaves or of beans. What information you could create even taking your checklist, you could create a form out of that, or just a simple form that your checklist refers to, that will help the person who's doing the work do that as easily as possible. So that's probably what I would suggest for the teams. You've done a great job with checklists. Maybe now in this exercise, you could focus on forms to fill in information for your work. The slides above have guidance on this. So yeah, why don't you do that? Create a form for the person who needs to be writing certain information. For example, when they are accepting goods from suppliers, or also maybe when beans are drying, or when people are documenting problems, you could create forms for that as well, but probably more. Let's try the receiving and what type of form we might use for that. So this is the blank sheet. You can obviously start with this and modify it depending how you would like to. And that will be the end of the module. So let's take a break now. We'll start again your time at 12:30. So we'll have just a 50-minute now, because sorry. Yeah, 50 minutes from 7:50 to 7:10. So it is now 11:40. Okay. And yeah, so we go to 12:30. 12:30 in Myanmar.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
And then when you get started, we'll come together. But what you can do then is think about, in the meantime, think about what checklist you want to do. And then when we come together, we'll talk about what to do and start moving forward on that. Okay. So we'll leave you all in the main group right now. And when we come back, we'll take a break. But if we can also get the breakout rooms ready, so that when we do come back, we can jump into those, that would be great. All right. So everyone, I wish you a nice lunch. Bon
Thank
appetit.
you. Okay, Andrew.
Thank
Okay,
you,
see
Andrew.
you. Okay, Tamisa.
Hello ဆရာစပြီးသွားပြီလားဆရာ
အခန်းထဲကလူတွေ ready ပါမရွှေ
အော်ဟောအေးထွေးအခန်းထဲမှာလား online ကတက်နေရလား
အခန်းထဲမှာမကြည့်
အော်အခန်းထဲမှာလားအော်ဟုတ်လားထွေးကိုဟောတွေ့ပြီထွေးတွေ့ပြီ
ကြာရွှေရ
ဟုတ်တယ်
ပြန်စားတယ်ပြန်စားမယ်ပြန်စားမယ်
Hello ဆရာဟိုအန်ဒရူးတော့ပြန်မလာသေးဘူးထင်တယ်ဆရာဟုတ်အန်ဒရူးကိုမတွေ့သေးဘူး
တွေ့သေးဘူးလား
ဟုတ်ဆရာဟုတ်ဟိုဒါ10မိနစ်လောက်တော့လိုသေးတယ်
ဟာလိုရ10မိနစ်
လာပြီမ
ရောက်ပြီဆရာရောက်ပြီ Hello Andrew
Hello.
Hello
So do we have the breakout rooms ready to go?
just a minute we'll do that
Okay, wonderful.
ထွေအမားတို့ကိုလေ room 1 2လေးလုပ်ပေးပါအောင်နော်
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါအမထွေးလုံနေပါပြီ
Yeah we will soon be ready
Great.
ကဲစမယ်
နေပြလို့
ဝင်ဒီမှာလေဆရာမလေးလောလောလေးဒီလို
ဒါရှိနေအောင်ဒါရှိတဲ့လူတွေ
အဲ့ဒါရှိရ
okay good
လဲဝင်နေတယ်နောက်ပြီးတော့ပြင်းပြင်းဆိုရဲထုံထုံရဲထုံထုံနောက်ပြီးတော့ရွှေ
20ပဲရှိတယ်
two มาเว้ยဝင်နော်มาเว้ยပြဖြူတက်
Yes.
ပြဖြူတက်
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll typically go together.
Yeah.
And I think it's been kind of random. I'm not sure which one I've gone to first. We can normally start with room 1 first and then join room 2. I have some administrative privileges, so I can actually assign you to a breakout room, and I I think you'll have to move yourself, but I can move you with me when we go from one room to the next. Yes.
room 1လူများပြီ room 2ကနေ
ဘယ်လို
Hello Andrew I have already
Okay.
assigned participant to the
Wonderful.
breakout
Yeah,
room.
that's what we've been doing
Yeah.
last time also.
Yes.
Good. Okay, and then of course there may be specific questions that I ask. The other thing is I realized I have to come, once I come back into the main room, I have to select English again. It doesn't, as a default, it just puts me to the normal thing, and sometimes I forget, so I'll try and remember. So I have to do that every single time.
Andrew ဆရာပြောလိုက်ပါဦးသူroom 2ထဲမှာ online room 2ကလူ2ယောက်ပဲရှိတယ် Hello Andrew there is a less participant in
really?
online room 2 yes
Oh, wow.
there's only two participants
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Because I don't even think I can do that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. But if you come back normally from a room, then you're still interpreter role. Okay, okay. Only if you lose the connection. I get it. Okay. Very good. All right. Okay, so for the rest of you, it looks like people are already in the breakout rooms.
Yes, Andrew. Participants are already in the breakout room.
Okay, but we only have 2 in breakout room 2, is that right?
Yes, right, Andrew. There is only 2 participants in the online group too.
Okay, and the rest of them, they didn't show up today or what?
I'm not so sure, Andrew.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, why don't Mia Mia and I go to breakout room 1?
Okay.
Unless there are any questions in the hotel room. Okay, great. So by the way, we have about half an hour. So if at about 1 o'clock or so, if you can aim to have your form or your checklist created by about 1 o'clock, then we'll have time to come back and discuss them as a large group. All right. Okay. All right. So Mia Mia, I will assign you to the room 1, and we'll go there together now. Can you choose to join room 1? You don't need me to do that. Okay. Okay, great. I'll see you there.
Three participants. Okay, okay.
Oh.
Online for your example.
အဲ့ဒါဆိုရင်ဆရာကြော်ခိုင်လေးက online group too
Few there. It's okay. It's okay, Andrew. Yeah. No question. Thank you. Yeah.
online group တူကပြီးသွားကြတာလားမသိဟော hello
Yes.
It's enough. You know that, Andrew.
Okay.
It's okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, looks like we're all together. Let's take a quick look at what's been done.
So upload လုပ်ရမယ်။ So upload လိုက်ပြီးပါတယ်။
So let's start in this case with now we're with online group 2. They've created the bean reception form here. So one form which will be used for multiple receipts, the date, the time, supplier name, and then specific quality. This is very nice. Specific quality characteristics, and they've also very nicely they've indicated the maximum. So in case there's a basis for a reject, we know what that is. And here 3%, 0.54. So everything is underneath the maximum. How many bags, and with the weight, we talked about this. They would be sampling a handful of bags to make sure that they're correct, and they were just beginning to work on this, so maybe there's some more detail that you could provide here. The car number, the responsible name, and the remark here. So over time, you might realize that there's something else to add, or this can be made narrower, this needs to be made bigger. But these are the types of things. This is how we develop the checklists. So this is a nice checklist, and would be great to see how the thing works in practice. So well done, group 2 online. Let's take group 1 online, and I believe we are here. So this is receiving the raw tea leaves from the supplier, and we're able to fill in the name of this. So this is one sheet for one supplier. The name of the supplier, location of the farm, variety, harvesting, delivery, certification. Okay, so a number of things here. And now we have the quality check, freshness, flavor, purity, other debris. So accept, reject, or accept. So we can put a mark on either of those. Maybe there would be a place for comments, so one can explain why something was accepted or rejected. Percent tender tea leaves greater than 70% accept. So okay, so maybe a little bit more details on the actual criteria that are needed for accepting, but otherwise nice. We have the supplier would sign maybe, and the quality check also person would write their name in. So oops, sorry. Okay, also nicely done, online group 1. Thank you for that. So let's go to let's see if there's anything new from group 2 in the room. Okay, I don't see anything from group 2 in the room.
We haven't uploaded. Can I share the screen?
Okay, let's see if there's anything new from group 1. Okay, I see a checklist here. Just uploaded. Just uploaded.
You haven't uploaded. We share the screen.
Sorry, do you want to share a screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, yep, very good. Go ahead. Okay, wow.
This is the checklist for receiving mango at the mango packing house.
Okay, okay, great. So supplier name, date, and time. Before receiving, is the receiving area clean? That's important. Items belonging to the previous batch, are they cleared? Okay. Serial number, truck, baskets, color accept. So it's color acceptable. We have the criteria. Is the defects acceptable? We have that. Is the size? Okay. So how many baskets do we typically receive? I guess I'm asking, is there room enough? Is it normally 2 or 3, or is it 10 sometimes?
Usually on a truck, there will be 20 or 25 baskets. So the worker has to write down how many baskets in the same truck and how many baskets inspected. The rule is out of 10 baskets, 1 basket should be inspected.
Okay.
1 every 10 baskets.
Okay, good. And so what's written down here would be just for the ones that are inspected.
Yes, for the workers.
Okay, very good. After receiving, dispose defect items, supplier cleared, and cleared the receiving area. Okay. Very nice. Looks good. Very nice. Thank you for sharing. Okay, group, that was group 1. Is that group 1?
Group 2, group 1.
Okay.
They have uploaded, you know, that.
Okay.
Please check.
Okay, I don't see anything new from group 2.
Group
Okay.
1.
So
Should be
should we
group 1.
wait or should we keep going?
Sorry, Andrew. There's a group 1, you know that. Group 1 have to present. Please check group 1.
Ah. That's this checklist?
Yes. Group 1, huh? Oh. They already uploaded, you know that. Please.
That was by group 2. Okay, so this is group 1. Okay, so this is what I see from group 1.
No.
Is that right?
Group 2 just presented. You can check group 1 already uploaded in your file, you know that. Please check. Group 1.
But I'm looking at group 1's uploading. No?
Group 1 already uploaded.
I've already checked it.
Please check. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Group 1 online mobile group 1 online.
Yeah,
Am I not sharing my screen? Let me share my screen. Because I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. I thought I was sharing my screen. Okay, so this is group 1.
Yes.
So this is a checklist for the export packing. So we have the inner packing, ensure the twist and seal, check the weight, outer packing, check the label, and check the stitch line. Checklist for, okay, check. Yeah. Okay, checklist for sun drying. So these are all good. I think you could also benefit from some additional details so that the person doing the work knows exactly what to look for. So ensure workers' personal hygiene. Are there 5 things that need to be done? Is that personal protective equipment, the person has washed their hands, they're wearing a net over their hair, I don't know, they have a special outfit on, you know, what is the requirement for personal hygiene? What is the requirement for proper storage? What is the acceptable moisture content? Those types of things. So the elements are good, and then over time you could add in specific detailed specific criteria so that they provide a bit more guidance to the people doing the work. All right, but otherwise, nicely done.
Okay.
Okay, so let's, are there any, go back to the exercise here. Are there any questions or comments further about this exercise, about this work?
Now, no questions, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're wrapping up. Okay, so forms and checklists. A good form is easy to do effectively and quickly, even in difficult circumstances. Forms and checklists help us to know what to do, when to do it, and the simple things so that we don't make mistakes. That frees our minds to focus on the more important things. There are two types of checklists: the read-do checklist, where you first read the checklist and then you do exactly what it says, or there's also the do-confirm, where you do things from memory and then you confirm that you've done the thing because you have a checklist. But a good checklist, a good form, tells you what to do or what to write in order to succeed in this step. And those are the main points about them. They're very similar in some ways to work instructions, but they're more, the idea that you check off to make sure that the things are done. And then the forms are specific information that should be filled in. And with all these, it's important to involve the people who do the work when you're creating them, and then to test them, and then to adapt and adjust them over time as you find that there are problems or things that can be improved. Okay, so I think we are ready then to keep going. So our next module is problem solving and PDCA. So now we're moving from the first three of our habits: organize the workplace, make work visual, and standardize work. These are about the foundation, about stabilizing process performance. And now we're moving into optimize, the improvement part. And rather than going through 4, 5, and 6, we're going to jump to number 7, which is problem solving, so that we have the thinking that when we go back to 4, 5, and 6, we will have this problem solving thinking when we begin to solve these problems. So that's the reason that we're jumping now to problem solving in PDCA. So it is 8, 6. Okay. So what are problem solving? What are PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act? So I don't know about the rest of you, but I often don't like problems. I don't like to admit that I have a problem. What do you think? You can just write in the chat. We won't go to Slido. Why don't we like to admit that we have problems? You don't have to write about yourself, but about someone else. Why don't we like to admit that we have problems? What do you think? You can unmute or you can write something in the chat.
When we acknowledge there is a problem, we are obliged to do something to improve the situation. And normally we try not to do a lot of work and stay in the status quo. That is one reason for me. try not to acknowledge the problem or don't like acknowledging the problem.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. So we don't like to admit it because that might require us to do extra work to solve it. Okay, what else? We're afraid of judgment of others. Yes, I don't know about you, but I am. We're unhappy to admit. It's not nice. It's not a nice feeling to admit I have a problem. We may have blame to others. So we may want to blame others, or others may blame us for the problem. It's time consuming, it's cost consuming. Yes, exactly right. Exactly right. What are some things that we do when we have a problem that are not good ways? Sometimes we don't know how to solve the problem. Okay, yeah. So if we have a problem but we don't want to admit it, what else might we do? What might we do? How might we deal with this? If we have a problem, we don't want to solve it. We don't want to admit it. What do we do? Yes, okay. One thing is we blame others. Or we blame the machine. The machine is broken. Yeah. So my personal favorite one is to pretend it doesn't exist and hope it will go away. Right. These are some of the things that we do. Let's take a look at this next slide here. What typically the things that we do fall into several categories. And the first one is we have this expression, America, maybe you have it here also, is you sweep it under the rug, kind of pretend that it's not there. You hide it. And here's a cute cartoon. We're going to need a bigger rug. So all these problems they've been sweeping under the rug, now they need a bigger rug to hide them. Or going further with the rug theme, we may simply deny and say, problems? Nope, no problems here. But here's the tail of our dragon. And the other thing that we can see very often is what we call the blame game, is we will blame somebody else. It's his fault or her fault, or the machine's fault or the weather's fault. But we can do things like hide the problem, ignore the problem, deny the problem, or we can also blame others. Now, if we take a look at Toyota and how Toyota handles problems, they have the opposite response than this. Taiichi Ono said, having no problems is the biggest problem of all. Having no problems is the biggest problem of all. If we pretend or think that we have no problems, then we have the biggest problem, because the fact is everybody has problems all the time. We know that from ourselves. We know that from every person we know well, that we all have problems. But it's when we hide them, ignore them, deny them, or blame others, that's the biggest problem. So with that introduction, let's ask the question, what is a problem and why are problems valuable? We want to start with the problem as the difference between where we are and where we want to be. The difference between the current performance and what we want the performance of the process to be. So if currently we have 30% reject rate and we want to be at 10% reject rate, then we have a problem. The problem is the difference between where we are 30% and where we want to be at 10%. And that gap is the problem. It's the difference between the target and the actual condition. A problem is also, as we know from personal experience, it's a source of anxiety, frustration, loss, and embarrassment. We need to admit this. This is part of the reason we don't like them, or the main reason we don't like them. They cause us anxiety. We become frustrated or maybe angry. There will be losses associated with it, money, reputation possibly, and we become embarrassed. So this is a perfectly natural response, and we need to understand that all people have this response. However, we also need to know that the cost of denying it or pretending it doesn't exist or ignoring it is often greater than these things, and therefore we can actually look at problems as valuable because they show us where we need to improve. They show us where the opportunities are to get better. So ideally, we look for problems, we see problems as a treasure. And as we dig and as we find problems, we want to bring them to light so that we can know where we need to improve. So the question then is, how does one discover and benefit from problems? And remember, the problems are a gap between where we are and where we want to be. They're not a lack of something. Some people will often say, the problem is we don't have training. The problem is we're not automated, but that's not a problem. Training and automation are potential solutions, but they're not problems. The problem is the gap between actual and desired conditions. What we need to do is collect and analyze data so that we can understand what is really happening and why. We want to get to the root causes. And to do that, we follow the plan, do, check, act cycle or something similar to it. A famous quote by Charles Keating, "A problem well stated is a problem half solved." And what he meant was, if we define the problem well, if we really understand what's happening, then we're already on our way to understanding what the solution is. So it's very important to properly define our problems. And we're going to take a look at how we do that now. So to benefit from problems, we have to make sure that we do not ignore them, because as a rule, they don't go away. We do not hide or deny them. Rather, the goal is to make them visible. Now, this goes sometimes against culture. It sometimes always goes against personal preference, but really we need to develop an attitude, a habit, and a culture of making problems visible. That's how we really accelerate continuous improvement. We should not pass them on. This is often something that we see, that you get something that it's not correct. But rather than stopping to correct it, you pass it on and maybe somebody else will find it. But we should stop and address problems. So rather than fix something and keep going and fix it and keep going and fix it and keep going, let's find out why something is causing me to have to fix it and prevent that from happening, so I don't have to fix it every time we get something defective. And it's also important not to wait. That means we want to solve problems right away or as soon as possible, rather than waiting a week or month, or even sometimes a couple of days can be too long. And again, we don't want to blame people, because even if it is someone's fault, if we blame them, they won't want to help us out. in solving the problem. But if we say, okay, this person made a mistake, what was it that caused them or led them to make a mistake or made it easy for them to make a mistake? And what can we do to help that person succeed? Then we will be making progress. And lastly, we should not think that we know the solution absolutely. We always need to test our solutions to see if they work. This is the plan, do, check act. We need to check to make sure that the problems are being addressed. We are addressing the causes, and therefore things are actually getting better. That's how we test. Are things actually getting better? If not, then we didn't solve the problem. So to think about problem solving, we can ask the question, what is it? And I would say it is the foundational skill in improvement and innovation. If we want to make our processes better, we must learn and know and be better and better at solving problems. Solving problems is the best response to challenges and obstacles. The rest of them leave us in those with the problems, denying them, pretending they don't exist, hiding them, and will not lead to things getting better. Problem solving is a scientific and an artistic approach to getting better. It's scientific because we are doing it based on data. We're measuring before, measuring after. We're trying to identify the root causes. We're forming hypotheses about how we think things should get better, and we test them to see if they actually get better. At the same time, problem solving is also artistic. Artistic means that we are thinking creatively, we're coming up with new ideas, we're creating new knowledge, we're testing out new things, and we're using our intuition often in order to think about and discuss and discover and find new and better ways of doing things. So it's both science and art. And it's also an adventure. These ideas come from the book by Paul Tournier, The Adventure of Living. And he says an adventure is a project you take on that has a valuable goal, in which you have obstacles and challenges, in which you don't know how to best approach it. There is therefore risk. You may fail, but you move over time closer to your goal, and also you learn and you grow from it, and you express your creativity, you express your personality in doing these things. You express who you are and the things that you know, and you hope you will grow from this experience as well. Quick note here. Okay, so problem solving. This is if we want to do lean well, we have to be good problem solvers. We have to be humble to admit that we have a problem, and we have to be courageous to try and find a solution. And this is the other important thing. Problem solving is something that we get to do. It's a privilege and not a burden. We are all creative people. We have inside each of us the ability to try out new things, to think of new ideas, to come up with different and better ways of doing things that will solve problems. We have this job. We get to do these things. It's an honor and a privilege. It should not be considered as just a burden. The burden is if we only do our work and we don't have a chance to make it better. We get to make our work better, And this is the attitude that we ourselves should have and that we want to have within our organizations. So this is the plan, do, check, act cycle. And let's take a look at it. It was originally created by Edward Deming many years ago as he brought quality management into the US, into Japan, and it's gone all over the world now. The first part of the plan, do, check, act cycle is the plan part. And in this, we define the problem, again, the gap between where we are and where we want to be. Then we measure the process, we analyze it to identify the causes, hopefully the root causes. And based on our analysis, then we create a plan. The plan is what to do, how are we going to do it, and when are we going to make the improvements. So the plan is a very big step in this process. It can take a long time. It can take half or more than half of the time, or even 90% of the time. Do is the next phase, and do means we are implementing. We're actually making the changes. So we put the plan together, we implement the plan. Too often, what happens is we stop here and we keep going, and we don't know, did it actually have a beneficial impact? Was our theory, our plan correct? We often don't know because we just keep going. We make a change, but we don't measure it. The check says we need to stop, we need to verify that the improvement worked. And if it didn't, then we go back and we adjust. Otherwise, we can continue, we can use and adapt to the improved process, and we make sure that these changes will continue. And it's like rolling the PDCA ball up the hill. Over time, every time we do a new cycle, we make better in our improvement, and we have to always increase the standard. The standard is the standard operating procedure, the work instruction, the checklist, whatever it is that we have that defines how we do our work. We want to improve the standard so that the next time we do our plan, do, check, act cycle, we also increase the standard so that we have a new and better way of doing that everyone is going to follow. Because if we don't have a standard, we'll roll back down the hill, and we don't want that. So we've looked at these 7 ways to improve processes: organize the area, make work visual, standardize work, eliminate waste, prevent mistakes, make work flow, and solve problems. Stabilize, optimize, and ways 1 through 6 are ways to solve processes. So anytime we do 1 through 6, we're also solving problems. Okay, are there any questions or comments or thoughts about this module and the importance of solving problems?
Share and mail. Share.
Okay, so the main point here is that we always have problems. We should not deny them. We should not pretend they don't exist. We should not hide them. We should not wait and hope that they go away. And we should also not blame others. But we should be courageous. We should use problems as a way to understand what needs to be improved. And it's a creative process using the plan, do, check, act cycle that helps us to get better over time. Whether it's any of the 6 ways to improve process or the 7th, which is solving problems specifically, which we're going to look into a bit more detail now. Yeah, it makes, yes. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the point of this module. Problems are valuable. We want to admit that we have them. We don't want to hide them. We want to then be able to work on them and solve them. And we're not going to blame people, but we're going to look to see what caused this, and we're going to address those causes. And that's something that everyone can be a part of.
Hi, hello, Andrew. I would like to add something for problem. So we can face a lot of problem in every business, right? So we cannot we cannot personalize for every different problem. So I think that is one of the
Wow, I'm sorry.
handling the problem. We should not personalize.
I'm sorry, I'm having
personalize, I think. So in some problem, we are in some problem make our emotional. So at that time, that professional people cannot handle the problem technically. So that's why we should not personalize.
Yeah, yeah. So it's also a good point to not personalize it, whether it's for ourselves or whether it's for someone else. We should not personalize it, but we should always be looking what's the root cause. And we never accept the person as the root cause. We always are looking for, is it the tool? Is it a template? Is it something from the outside that wasn't expected? And we don't make it about a person, we make it about the process. Yeah, because when it's about the person, then they won't want to help. Yes. How can we know whether we have problems? Okay, good question. We can know if we have problems if there's a gap, if there's a difference between where we are and where we want to be. So if we want our process to take 5 days and our process takes 15 days, then we can know that we have a problem. So one of the ways is we have to have key performance indicators. We have to have measures, and then we measure them and we compare them to the desired state. And that difference between where we are and where we want to be, that tells us what our problem is. You can only have a problem if you have a standard. You can only, if we're talking about, driving and there's a speed limit, you can only know that there's a problem if the speed limit, if we know what the speed limit is. And then the police officer will pull you over and say, you're going too fast. And you'll say, well, but the speed limit was, and he'll say the speed limit was 60 kilometers per hour and you were going 80 kilometers per hour. That problem is the 20 kilometers per hour you were going too fast. But if there's no speed limit, then there's no problem. So we must differentiate the current situation and desired state that we want, and then we can solve the problem that was causing that exactly. Yeah, and we have to focus on the process, the performance of the process. Yep, yep, wonderful. Okay, and we're going to talk much more about this. So why don't we keep going? And now our next topic is problem-solving tools. So we're getting into specific tools that we use for solving problems. So from the book of Proverbs, there's this proverb for us. Every wise man acts out of knowledge, but a fool exposes his folly. What's the message for us?
Message
Every wise man acts out of knowledge.
What's the message for us? Okay, yep, everyone can make mistakes. But what does a wise person do when the wise person sees a mistake? Or what does a wise person do to prevent mistakes that a fool does not do? Thinking. Yep, learning from mistakes. Too much knowledge. Okay, too much knowledge can make us a fool. But in this case, it's the fool who doesn't have any knowledge. And the fool just goes off and does whatever. But the wise man gains knowledge, and out of that knowledge acts in wisdom. And that's what we're looking for here. So if someone were to say, analysis is a waste of time, just solve the problem, how might you answer them? No. Yes. Yes. How would you reason with them if they say analysis is a waste of time, just solve the problem? Would you say, yep, we can do that, or no, we can't do that, or we should not do that? Yeah, why don't you accept? What do we need to do?
Yes, please. Can you read? Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
No, go over it. Hello. Yes. If you don't analyze the problem, how are you going to solve it?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
I think we need to take time to analyze the problem.
Yeah. Thank you, Tun Myint. And that's what a couple of you have written also. Thank you for writing these comments. Analysis needs to take time. We have to analyze the problem and identify the problems or the causes of the problems. If we don't know the root causes, how will we solve it? The doctor, yep, has to know what's causing the pain. Then we can solve. Okay, wonderful. You already understand this. If we have too limited knowledge, then we might also make more problems. That's a very good point also. Yeah, we might cause more problems. So we need a thorough analysis. Great. Okay, let's jump in then to this topic. We need to understand what's really going on. What are the real problems and opportunities? What are the real root causes that need to be addressed, rather than just jumping on the first thing that we might think about? So we do analysis because we want to determine and we want to plan for the best solution, not just the first one that comes to our mind, which might not work. So what I want to give you here is some tools for your problem-solving toolbox. We're going to look at analysis, brainstorming, Pareto principle, marking, root cause analysis, 5 whys, and pig chart. These are some tools so that you can identify and solve root causes. These are the most common, easy to use, and beneficial tools, what I would call the vital few, using the Pareto principle. There are other problem-solving tools that you also will want to learn and know over time. For example, the fishbone diagram is a very well-known, or Ichikawa diagram, a very well-known and powerful tool, but we just won't have time to go over all the things we could do. We will focus on these here. Now, analysis, just like the famous detective Sherlock Holmes, He was always looking for clues, always investigating, analyzing to find exactly who committed the crime that he was asked to help solve. We always need to collect and then analyze data, looking for clues to the root causes of our problems, because the root determines the fruit. So let's solve the problem at the root. Often we show things graphically so that we can easily see with our eyes what's happening. Therefore, we do things like Pareto diagrams, process maps, histograms, pie charts, run charts that we looked at earlier. We can also conduct statistical analysis so that we know what is random and what is not, and what is affecting the output. In that case, we use things like the statistical process control chart, scatter diagrams, and topics we're not going to get into, multivariable analysis. Most of our problems are simpler that we don't need these multivariable analysis. And then we may use other scientific, technical, or logical analyses, which are based on experimentation, or based on experience and understanding of how things work. We can analyze things also. And as I mentioned, analysis is a big part of analysis is creative thinking, using our brains, intelligence that we have been given, and that we can think through and come up with an understanding of what the problems are and how to solve them. One of the most common tools in analysis is what we call brainstorming. You all know how to do it already, but I just wanted to give you a couple reminders about brainstorming. The goal of brainstorming is to come up with many ideas quickly. How do we do it then? We first define what is the topic that we're going to brainstorm. Then everyone quickly suggests as many ideas as possible on the topic. So we're trying to come up with many ideas quickly, not worrying about the quantity, but just getting those ideas out, writing them down either on a sticky note or on a flip chart. We're writing down these ideas. Now, one of the keys to make brainstorming successful is that we do not criticize ideas, we do not comment on them, we do not judge them. So we don't say, oh, that was a great idea, or oh, that was a stupid idea. We just want to allow people to come up with as many as possible. Because if we start to criticize or critique them, then someone may become quiet if they realize we're judging negatively their ideas, and it will stop them from thinking creatively, maybe some better ideas. So the goal is not to come up with good ideas, but with many ideas, because when we come up with many ideas, then some of those will be good ideas. But if we start to critique them, it will shut us down and we won't come up with good or bad ideas. Write down the ideas just as it was said to keep the meaning of the person who said it. Later, afterwards, we will discuss them, clarify them, organize them, and prioritize them. But while we're doing brainstorming, we want to get as many ideas out as quickly as possible. And we might write them down on a flip chart like this, or let's see. Or we might write them on sticky notes, and we put those sticky notes together on a flip chart, and maybe we can organize them later. So a couple tips for brainstorming. Again, no premature decisions or evaluations, not during the brainstorming, only afterwards. Wild or bad ideas are welcome, because sometimes some of those wild ideas can actually be quite valuable. We don't want to sit on ideas, we want to express them and get them out. We shouldn't feel good or bad about ideas, we just want to get as many out as possible. quantity over quality, piggyback. If someone else has a good idea and that gives you an idea, you can modify it a little bit or change it a little bit or add something to it, then that's also very helpful to do during the brainstorming exercise. There's a technique for brainstorming that is called round robin brainstorming. And I'm always amused. This is actually a picture of a real actual bird. It's a robin. It's a round robin. So there actually is a bird after which this process is named. But let's imagine for the moment that we have 6 people in a team, maybe a facilitator also, and we want to get ideas from everyone in the team. But maybe we have one of 2 problems. Maybe some people are too silent and they don't like to speak up. And they may be shy and they don't say much. Or on the other hand, we may have on our team some people who like to talk too much and who like to give too many ideas, and therefore other people don't have the opportunity to share their ideas. In round robin brainstorming, we write down the topic to brainstorm, and then we go person by person and ask each person, what is your idea? And we go around and ask people, what is your idea? And if a person doesn't have an idea, then we skip them that round, and we keep going around until nobody has any more ideas. So this is helpful when there are some team members who are either too quiet or too vocal. So this is what the thing might look like. We go around and everyone has an idea. The second time we go around, everyone has an idea. And the next time we go around, maybe a couple people don't have ideas. We go around again, maybe one person has an idea, and then, and then we've finished. So this is round robin brainstorming. Now, this is a dilemma. This is a challenge. Sometimes after we've brainstormed, then we have many ideas and we don't know which of those ideas that we want to choose. I like cheesecake. I like original cheesecake. I like strawberry cheesecake. I like chocolate cheesecake. I like peanut butter cheesecake, but I can't eat them all. I have to pick only one. And it's the same thing in our companies. We cannot do every idea that someone recommends. We sometimes have to make difficult choices to choose the most important things. Brainstorming gives many ideas. However, many of them aren't very good, and that's okay. It's an expected part of the process, and it's expected then that we should put those off to the side while we focus on the most important ideas. And the question then becomes, how do we pick the best ideas? We need to focus on what we think is going to have the greatest impact and what's the most important. So I found this on the internet. This is for those of us who like to eat watermelons. And there's actually a chart here that pairs these things that says, well, if you want a sweet, juicy watermelon, find one that is uniform in size and heavy rather than elongated. Find one that has an orange field spot rather than a white field spot. Find one that has larger webbing rather than smaller webbing. Find one that is dark and dull rather than shiny. And these things will be your sweet watermelons. So the question is there a technique that we can use to choose the best ideas, the best brainstormed ideas, not just the best watermelons? And one of the things that we need to consider as we look at ideas is the Pareto principle. We've looked at it already. When we apply the Pareto principle to our problems, to our processes, we will realize that 80% of the problem comes from 20% of the causes. Therefore, for 80% of the results, we focus our energy, we focus our solutions on just those vital few 20% of the problems or opportunities. That way we have minimum effort and maximum results. Because of the Pareto principle, what we should do then is collect data to determine what are the most commonly occurring problems, or the most commonly occurring problems that we have. And we may also even better look at the most impactful problems. So there's one thing for to have a defect, for example. Let me just so one defect might cost $1 to fix, and another defect might cost us $1,000 to fix. Well, if we simply count the number of defects, we count equally something that costs $1 to fix and something that causes us a loss of $1,000, we won't get the right priority. So rather than simply counting the number of defects, we should count the impact of these defects. And we want to address the vital few. So if we have a graph that looks like this, this is our Pareto diagram. What we want to do is we want to focus on these vital few, and for the time being, we can address them later, but for the time being, we can ignore the rest of these and just focus on these two, and if we focus on two, then we get 80% of the benefit. Now, we also have a technique called marking, sometimes called voting. In marking, we want to prioritize easily and quickly prioritize different items for action in order to select the best. The 3 steps that we use are, first, we mark items with a tick that we think these are the most important. Then we count the number of marks for each item, and then we prioritize them accordingly. Once we've brainstormed a number of, for example, a number of action items, want to know which ones are the actions that we should take, or it might be we've brainstormed root causes and we want to identify which of these root causes we think is the most important. Before we do our marking, however, we want to make sure that everyone understands what the items are and that similar items have been combined. Each person gets the number of marks divided by 3. So if we have the number of items divided by 3, so if we have 24 items, we divide that by 3, each person gets 8 marks. And normally we use the single mark method where you can only mark one item with 1 mark rather than 2 or 3 or 4. That's multi-mark. So this is what it looks like. Here, this is an actual brainstorming that I did with the group. We came up with 24 different items. Here's item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. We have 24 items. We combine them to make sure that there's no 2 different items saying the same thing, because otherwise then we have to split the vote. We make sure everyone knows what each item is, and then we count the items. There are 24 divided by 3, we get 8. So each person gets 8 marks. And then I look at which are my 8 favorite action items. These are things to do to promote compliance. What are my 8 favorite action items? And everyone else does that. So in this case, we had 5 people and we ended up having 40 different marks. And we can see here that when we counted them up afterwards, this one action item got 7 marks, which is interesting if we had only 5 people. But this one had 7 marks. This next one had 4, this had 4, this had 4. So a number of them had 4 marks each. This. Just take a note here. And probably these are the things that we will focus on in terms of actions. This with 7 votes, this with 4, 4, 4, 4, and 4 here also. And these are the things that then we would put into our action, we would consider putting into our action plan. And the rest of the things with fewer votes, we can remember them, but we probably won't act on them, at least not at this time. Now, we also want to do a root cause analysis. And I mentioned there are a couple of different ways to do this, at least. There's the fishbone diagram, Ishikawa diagram, and then there's also this method called the 5 whys. And we're going to focus now on the 5 whys, and in a moment, we'll give you an exercise to do on the 5 whys. Yeah. So, why did something happen? Why did we make a mistake? The direct cause is the last thing that was done, the thing that actually caused the mistake. But if we go down and we can ask, well, why did that happen? We get another level down. And we ask, why did that happen? We can get another level down. And why did that happen? Another level. And when we get typically to about 5 levels or so, then often we have something that's we could call the root cause, or something that we can actually do something about. And the root cause, that's the underlying cause, that's what we need to address. And we don't want to stop at employee error. We don't want to stop at this person made a mistake. We always want to ask, why did they make the mistake? What was it about the process, about the task that caused them to make that error, or allowed them to make that error? Also, we don't accept a lack of a solution as a cause. So if someone says the process is not automated, or we don't have whatever it is, that is a solution, it's not a cause. If there are multiple causes, then we create a branch and we identify all the different things that could cause one of those causes. We create a branch for each one. And then we ask why, about 5 different levels. And at some point, it doesn't help to ask anymore. And then we can actually see, okay, this is something that I can do. This is an action that I can take to prevent the problem from happening again. And our goal is, of course, to prevent problems from reoccurring, from happening again. This is a nice example. Apparently, it's a true example of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., the capital of the U.S. And the memorial was deteriorating. It was starting to fall apart, to crumble on the outside. And they asked the question, why is it deteriorating? And the answer came back that it is often washed. Now, if we just at this point asked, what is our solution? The solution to prevent deterioration may, in fact, simply be to stop washing. But let us ask, why is it so often washed? And the answer came back, because there are many bird droppings. Now, if we simply ask for solution, we might come up with the solution of trap the birds, shoot the birds, or whatever. But we can also ask, why are there so many bird droppings? And the answer came back because the birds like to hang out there. Okay, now it's a solution. You could find ways to make it annoying or unpleasant for birds to hang out there, but you could also ask, why did the birds like to hang out there? And the answer came back that there are many gnats, these little very small insects that the birds like to eat. And now what would be your solution? Well, it might be to kill the gnats or something like that, or get rid of the gnats. But we can ask then, why are there so many gnats? And the answer in this case came back that the lights are left on all night long, and the gnats are there because of the lights. Now, what we have is a simple solution, which is turn off the lights for a couple hours every night, and that will get rid of the gnats, which will get rid of the birds, which will get rid of the bird droppings, which will make it we have to wash less often, and the Lincoln Memorial will not deteriorate as much. So this is a nice example of 5 whys in getting down to root cause. But very often we'll have multiple branches on each cause, and it might look something like this. Let us say that our problem is it takes too long to hire a new employee. It takes maybe 3 weeks, we want to do it in 2 weeks. Or it takes 3 months, we want to do it in 1 month. Why does it take so long to hire a new employee? One cause might be that the job description is not filled out properly. And then we ask, why was the job description not filled out properly? The hiring manager was new and didn't know how to fill out the job description properly. Then we ask, why did that happen? Well, the hiring manager didn't have any guidance. Well, why did that happen? Because the hiring manager didn't know whom to ask for help. Why did that happen? Well, maybe we don't know, but maybe we can create a list of how can we prevent that? Maybe we create a list of whom to ask for help. Another reason that they didn't have any guidance might be that the hiring manager did not have permission to see the job description template in the file system. And we can ask, why did that happen? And maybe it's because the IT team did not give him permissions when he joined the organizations. And we can ask, why did that happen? And we might go down a few more levels. We can also go back to the top. Here, why? Why else did it take too long? And maybe the job posting was delayed. Why was the job posting delayed? Well, because the approver was out and there was no alternative, and it had to wait for the person to come back from vacation to approve. Well, why was the approver out without an alternate? Let's ask. Because he forgot to do it. He went on vacation, he forgot about it. Why did he forget? Well, maybe it's hard to explain why a person forgot, but then we can ask, how can we prevent that from happening again? And maybe we find a couple of solutions that would help people remember to have an alternate. So this is an example of the 5 whys and how it might work for the problem of it took too long to hire a new employee. The important thing is the causation goes upwards. You see the arrows are always pointing up because this thing causes this, and this causes this, and this plus this causes this. And that's the logic of how we want that to work. So here are some tips on 5 whys. The goal is to identify the root cause of a problem so that we can prevent it from happening again. The 3 steps we do are to write down carefully, what is the problem? What is the gap between where we are and where we want to be? And then ask, why did this happen? And there will be several direct causes. And for each of those causes, we ask, why did that happen? And then we ask, why did that happen? And why did that happen? And why did that happen? Until we get to the lowest level, we either get to the root cause or we get to a cause that we really can't do much, but to prevent, but we can we can find ways to it's maybe not a root cause anymore, maybe it's outside, but we can still find ways to prevent the mistake from happening or prevent or correct the mistake as quickly as possible. So for every cause, we will have one or more causes below that that are causing it. We only want to list the next level down if it has a direct or indirect effect on the cause. So there always has to, that arrow always has to be true for this causes this. We don't blame people. So if a person made a mistake, we always want to write down what caused the person to make the mistake. And again, we don't want to write down missing solutions, so we do not allow things like the process is not automated or similar. And also, this is one thing that I often find to be the case, and so I'm noting it here. Do not write something like too few staff or something similar, because what too few staff means that there's a solution, which is we have to hire more people. And really what we want to do is we want to ask the question, why? The point is people are overworked, but why are people overworked? Why do people not have enough time? What is causing them? What is the inefficiency? What is the problem that's causing them to be so busy? And how can we minimize the amount of work in the process so that they can have more time to do this thing that they need to do? So always ask the question, why? But do not allow yourself to say people are too busy and we need to hire more people. The goal is then to find out a cheap, low cost, how do we reduce the workload? How do we make it easier for people to succeed? And generally, we get down to the root cause somewhere around 5 levels down. Don't be constrained by the size of your flip chart. Make sure that you branch out and identify all the possible causes for one cause, all the sub causes for each cause. Branch out as necessary. Afterwards, you'll brainstorm. Afterwards, then you will select and plan proposed solutions. Then you can vote on those. You can analyze those to determine the best approach to addressing the root causes. I give you a caution, however. We often try to present a lack of solution as causes. We've talked about this already. We don't say there's no database, we don't have a procedure, nobody reviews the invoices before they're sent out, because those are all solutions. We don't say we have no spell checker. The problem is entries are typed incorrectly. The solution that someone is presenting here is get a spell checker, but there may be other solutions that will work. We might say, oh, the problem is the person wasn't trained. Well, the actual cause is people are making mistakes, causing a lot of rework. The presented solution is training will solve all of our problems, but maybe there are other ways to solve the problem than training. And my favorite one is this idea that you have to automate processes in order to improve them. It's simply not the case that automation is the only solution to making processes better. What is the real root cause? What are some simple, low-cost, quick changes that we can make now? This is what Lean is about. Simple, quick, low-cost changes that we can make now rather than having to pay for someone to create us a new software. This is very important because we want to allow for other possible solutions to the problem. So every time you see lack of or inadequate or no something, question it. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but question it and see if you can phrase it in a different way. Okay, so we now have an exercise. And our exercise is to create a problem tree for one problem in your process. So the goal is first identify a problem in your process for which you want to identify the root cause, for which you want to create a 5 whys problem tree. And then ask why 5 or so times, going down to the different levels, branching out as necessary. And at the end, we will at the end, we will try and share some of these. But always remember, the causes are going up, and this should cause this, this should cause this, this should cause this. So what I've done for those of you who are online is I've created a blank root cause problem tree. I don't want you to leave any of the text that are here. Go ahead and take out all the text that's in here. You don't need these numbers or the levels, but write what is the actual problem. And then there may be one or more causes to that problem. And each of those may have one or more causes. So what you can actually do, let me go to, let's see, no. Let's go here. Let's go online group 1. This is your sheet. So you would take out the word problem and you would write, this is our problem is too many defective deliveries, too many defects in deliveries from the supplier. Or let's see, which process are we in here again? We're in the tea leaves, yeah. Bad flavor of tea leaves at end of the process. And if you can have an actual numbers, an actual score, something like that, that's fine. But then what you would do is you would look at the causes and what's cause 1, what's cause 2, and just go ahead and delete what's here and cause number 1. And if this has only one and you want to put this over here, for example, you can do that. And then this may actually, you may want to duplicate something, Control D. And in fact, this one thing is causing not just this one, but this one also. So feel free to move the arrows around, to move the boxes around, delete some of them. Maybe you create a separate sheet if you want to add something, if you run out of room. But this is just a way to start, but you can then modify these arrows in any way that you want to. Okay, so I'll undo these right now, changes that I've made. There we are. So now we're back to 0. For some reason, these need to be just a little bit wider. Well, I won't be able to change it right now. Okay, so this is the task. We have a break in a few minutes, but please get started. At least identify the problem, and maybe you have time to identify a couple of the high-level causes. After we have the break, then we'll come right away back into the groups, and we'll continue our problem solving for another half hour, 45 minutes or so. So go ahead, we'll split into groups, identify at the very least which problem, and then maybe some of the top level causes, if you can, before going on our break from For you, for me, it's 10:30, 10 o'clock, 2:30. The break is at 2:30 to 2:45. Okay, are there any questions? Or are we ready to go into breakout rooms? Okay, then let us okay, already breakout rooms are going, and I'm going to room 2. Breakout room 2. Great, thank you.
Later, behavior. Without it. Why là nhé.
Breakout room 2.
All right, so I just closed the breakout rooms. If those of you who are in the conference room, if you have something new, I see group twos, thank you. And I don't yet see group one, but if you're able to upload yours, that would be awesome. All right. Why don't we get started? Let's take a look quickly at what the groups have done. We'll go online group one, online group two, and then we'll go in the conference room. So online group one, we have the problem is the bad flavor in the final end tea product. And so far there are three direct causes: high moisture content in the rolled tea leaves, aerobic fermentation, and improper packaging. And high moisture content can be caused by incomplete rolling, which might be caused by electricity shortage during the rolling step. So it may also be caused by irregular pressure of the roller, which can be caused by inefficient or outdated roller capacity. So my guess is maybe there's some other causes of incomplete rolling that may also be causing this. Okay, the national overloaded electricity grid, okay, is the cause of electrical shortage. How can we prevent that? We can schedule setting regular maintenance plan. Okay, so probably this this arrow here, I don't know that that's, I don't think that that's a cause here. That's maybe something else.
We added, Andrew, we added in the same box like standby generator for the electricity shortage.
Ah, okay.
So we combine the arrow, yeah.
Okay, but you may want to, but it's really a separate issue. So you probably want to separate this. So if you want to have a standby, let's move this over to left a little bit. If you want to have a standby,
Okay, separate balls.
yeah, separate box. I mean, is it a schedule? Is it the problem? The problem then is that the standby generator is not available. Is that the problem?
It is available in the market. It is easily available.
No, I mean, if the problem is incomplete rolling because of electricity outage, is the real problem that your standby generators is not working when you need it to?
Yeah, if generator is not working, then probably we can rule by manual using the workers.
Okay, you
It's
can also
another option,
do it manually. Okay, so maybe a little bit more work on this. You know, the electricity shortage, because it may look something like this. Let's just move this here to the side for the moment. If we have electricity shortage and it's a bit more advanced, but and standby generator is not available. And and no one completes rolling by hand, right? So this is a bit more sophisticated, but this is how you could actually do this. I'm going to move this to the, whenever you move these blue things, move them to the purple arrows. Then they will attach automatically to the purple dots. Now it says incomplete rolling is due to electricity outage and the standby generator not available, and nobody completes the rolling by hand, because all three of these things have to be the case. If any one of them works, then you will have complete rolling. So then you can look at each one of these. Okay, this is from the national power grid. We can't do much about that. Shrink that. But what can we do here? Okay, here we can create a maintenance schedule, and this would solve this problem. And why don't people complete the rolling by hand? And what causes that? And how can we prevent that from happening? Okay, so that's how you'd want to do that. And probably, yeah, you can move these around if you want to. So I won't go through all the rest of them, but really think through. Sometimes it's several conditions that lead to one thing, and you need to identify all of them. And that's why I say don't get stuck, because there's not enough room on this chart. Really spread things out, create a new chart, but make sure that you get all the possible causes, and then you address them each one by one.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So airspace formation during fermentation, insufficient manual pressure, inconsistent workers. So this would be a solution, but maybe there's a simpler solution, maybe a mistake proofing solution that we can, or a checklist or a visual guide or detection or something that we can do, because really this is kind of blaming the worker. We need to assign a permanent skilled worker, but how can we make every worker able to succeed in giving sufficient manual pressure? What can we simplify? How can we mistake proof? How can we make this process better so that everyone can succeed in the step? That's what we're looking for. Okay, so but overall,
can we do the mechanical replacement?
Mechanical replacement
for the manual.
Being the manual instead of manual automation pressing, automatic pressing to
automatic. Well,
to substitute the worker.
Again, automatic pressing is a big investment. Lean, we're often trying to find simple things. So the question is, can we make the manual process more repeatable? What can we do to help every worker succeed?
Yeah.
And here we included define the clear what instruction. It is a kind of like checklist or like
Yes,
the instruction we included in the base.
Yeah. So that would be a good one. Define clear work instructions. And in a moment, we'll look at the possible solutions and we'll say, well, this might be expensive. It might have a big impact, but it's very expensive. This one could be a big impact, but it's not so expensive. So maybe we'll try this one first. So we need, in the moment, we're going to look at how we evaluate the different solutions and which ones we want to try first. Okay, so yeah, thank you for reminding me. I had forgotten to notice this. Thank you. Okay, group 2 online quickly. We have less efficiency in production yield. There were a couple key causes: limitation on workforce, degrading of the raw among beans, and long period for maintenance. So we can, okay, so I think this was, you came up with this one since I last spoke with you. So, yeah, so one of my comments is try to identify things that are within your control and that are not so expensive. So this hiring new people, increasing the budget, maybe it's something that we have to do. But are there simpler ways to allow people to be more efficient with their time? Degrading of the raw among beans, they come in with too many defects, or there are fungus which is coming, but that's because of the post-harvesting handling. Again, these things are going to be outside, so you can communicate to your to the farmers what the requirements are, and you can encourage or help them to follow them. That's fine. But are there things that you can control that are within your organization to consider? All right, group 2, in the room, we can see that the problem here is not able to meet customer demand. Short season availability, not much to do about that. But maybe there is, I don't know. Short mango shelf life, that would be interesting. Low capacity of the packing house, okay? Why are packing houses at low capacity? They have limited space, they have limited infrastructure, they have limited skilled workers, they have technology, equipment, low investment. So, high cost to construct, okay? So we could do some things temporary rather than permanent, and that would reduce the cost, okay? Limited skilled workers. So the no job security packing house operates seasonably. So one thing we can do is we can train migrant workers before starting the season, so that when the season comes, that they're ready to get going. So, okay. There are some things I would encourage you to be also a bit more specific about problems in a particular step in the process, rather than looking at the overall process, because now these things are I would say largely outside the control of us, and we want to focus on things that we can do inside the SME. But these are largely things that are outside our control. Okay, let's see if there's anything from group 1. Group 1, I see 5 Ys.
Sorry, for group 2, while we are discussing the problem, we found that some of the issues cannot be solved easily. For example, limited space. We mark it in the blue color, especially in the cities. It's not easy to get space. And also, short seasonal availability of mango and the short shelf life of mango. These things are the problems that we won't be able to solve, out of our control. So right. I think that we should focus on what we can control and the problems we can solve.
That's right, yes. And if you're more specific about these things, so specifically in one step of the process where our productivity is lower than we want it to be, then we can be more specific about things that are within our control or outside of within our control. So is it the packaging? Is it the sorting? Is it, whatever? Are there specific things that we can control? But maybe not. Maybe everything's outside, but often there are things that we can control also. But this, how do we get more skilled workers? How do we build their capacity? How do we help them to be as productive as possible during this short time? And those are some problems that you can solve. All right, let's take a look at group 1 in the room. High moisture content of dried cherries at 21 days. It might be that there's not enough sunlight, long cloudy days due to unexpected storms, improper bed depth, okay, space, high supply chairs and drying racks, okay, improper airflows on drying racks, okay. Okay, so new members in the process, the issue is here, people don't know what to do. New members don't know what to do. Why don't they know what to do? Then that may be a problem that you can begin to solve. So, okay, so nice that you're thinking about these things. Probably you can branch out a bit more, but this is a good start. Now, what we want to do is look at the solutions that we might come up with. Okay, I'm going to just take a quick note. Okay, so here we are. Yeah. Okay, so let's continue with a couple more points. Now, when we get to the bottom of our here, and then we say, well, there's not really a solution, you know, another cause of this, it's something out of our control. What can we do to help, you know, to address this issue? If we have limited resources, okay, what's something that we can possibly do to make that better? If we have new members, what's something we can do to help those new members be successful? So now we need to think about, we've gone as far as we can with the root cause analysis. What can we do now to make that better, to prevent these problems from happening again? That's what we're looking at now. And sometimes when there's a problem, just like the Dutch story about the boy and the dike, we just have to stop the leak. We just have to stop the problem as quickly as possible. So, or the direct cause, we make a quick fix so that we don't produce more defects. But at some point, we should go back and think, how did this happen in the first place? What can we do to prevent this from happening again? Then we address the causes as deeply as possible, hopefully getting to the root cause. So we need to think about it this way. If I do this, then that will happen. So we need to, every time we suggest a solution, we want to kind of predict in our minds, at least, if we do this, this will happen. If we give training, then people will become more qualified. If we provide a checklist, then people will make fewer mistakes. So we always need to think, if we do this, that will happen. And if we can put numbers to it, that would be great. Sorry. Then we want to pick the solutions, the potential solutions, or we can call them countermeasures because we don't know if they will work. Then we pick the ones that are easiest and will have the greatest impact. Now, as I mentioned, if the problem is excessive workload, if possible, avoid things like hire more people. But if you can, find a way to reduce the workload on the staff so that they can spend more of their time being productive. And solutions always should be actions. The solution will give us an action plan. So a solution is not that things are in general better. So the solution would not be people follow, for example, security policies. This is not a solution. This is a desired end state, but it requires certain actions to be taken. For example, post security policies or add security as a topic to the monthly meeting or whatever it may be. But this action, the solutions need to be actions, not a description of what you want the world to look like. Because you have to act in order to make it that way. And every solution is an experiment. We're going to test it and see if it works or if it doesn't work. So we should again predict the output, the impact, and then measure what happens and adjust according to what we learn. And then we put together an action plan based on this. Who is going to do what? When will they do it? And if possible, what do we expect the outcome to be? Also, we want to determine how will we check to see if the action had the desired effect? What will we do to check, plan, do, check, act? What will we do to check to make sure that that worked? So this is something called a pick chart. It is a simple way of identifying or categorizing, shall we say, our potential solutions so that we can pick the best ones. And this grid has two axes. The first one is effort, how much work I put in, how much it costs, how much effort is required, often in terms of money, but also human time. And then what is the impact? How big or small a difference will this make on the process? And then all the ideas that we've had, we put them on this pick chart, and now we can say something about the different groups. These things here, in terms of effort, they're easy to do, but they have a small impact. So we call these possible. These are things we could do if we wanted to. We may make them as quick wins. The next category is the things that are easy to do, have a big impact. These we definitely want to do. We say these are the implement categories. Next, we have things that are big. Just make sure I'm in the yeah, I'm in English. Okay. These are things where they are hard to do. So the effort is hard, the impact is big. These might be new projects. They're not something we can do quickly, but they might be something that's worth doing. They are a challenge, but they would be a challenge for us. And we can't do many of these. We can typically pick one, maybe two of these. Easy things we can do. Generally, we want to do all of these, and maybe some of these. Finally, there are the things that are, in terms of effort, they are hard to do. In terms of impact, it is small. These are things that we should drop, or to use the PICK, kill. These are things we should not do. And so every idea, we take it, we put it onto a sticky note, we put the sticky notes on this chart, and then we have a simple way of prioritizing and picking the ones that we want to do. Definitely we do these we might do, they're possible. These we can do maybe one or two, and these we should not do any of. Okay, any questions? Yeah, it's a really nice tool and very, very handy. So what we're going to do now is describe to you the pick method, and then you will do an exercise with the pick chart. So the goal of pick charts is to prioritize and to select potential solutions. The 3 steps is we create the grid, and on the bottom, it's easy and hard. On the top, it's high impact and small impact. And we write the potential solutions on sticky notes, and we put those sticky notes on the grid. And then we talk about them and actually select which ones we want to work on. Effort is the horizontal axis. Greater effort means more time, money, energy, organizational resistance also, and impact means greater benefit, less benefit. Then we have these 4 categories. Easy to do, low impact are possible. Easy to do, high impact are implement. Hard to do, high impact are potentially new projects. Those are challenge. And hard to do, low impact would be kill. We don't want to do any of those. So now's the time for the exercise with your group. Look at what you came up with in the exercise, the last exercise. So look at these things down here. This is some ideas. These are some ideas. You will have other. So you have 3 solutions here already. Please find some more solutions. Online group 2, you also have. Here's a solution. Here's a solution. Here's a solution. So you already have a few. Find some more solutions. Ideally, at least, as many as you can in about 10 minutes. Then pick them, put them onto your pick chart in sticky notes. So I've given you your sticky notes here already. You can type on these things, and then this is solution number 1, and you would actually write great checklist ... And you say, this is we don't think it'll have much impact, but it's a quick one, easy to do. We'll put it here. And then the next one, we might, whatever it is, it'll be this. And then we might find one that has, after we write it, we say, oh, it's hard to do, it's small impact. And then we find the next one that we've written down. Maybe it's a possibly new project because it's big impact, but it's very hard to do. So this is what your next assignment is, to fill in these sticky notes and to then place them on the grid, and then identify a couple that you actually would want to do. All right, are there any questions on this assignment? So we'll have about 20 minutes. So it's 11:10 by me, which is 3:40. Okay, so let's go until 4 o'clock. Okay. And then we'll come together. So 3:40 until 4 o'clock. Let's work on this. We'll come together. Okay, so breakout rooms, please. Thank you. Any questions in the room? Or anyone want me to look at anything in the room? Okay, we're coming back together. So conference rooms, if you have not yet uploaded something, please do. Okay, looks like we're all back together. So I'd like to take a quick look at some of what you've done. So we will share our screen. So group one has group one. Let's come back to group one just a moment. So group two online has so we are yes, we're looking at the productivity yield with the seeds. So according to the coloring here, maintenance, degrading of the raw beans, of the beans, and limitation on workforce, they've identified a number of different improvement opportunities. So let's take a quick look at these here. These are the ones that are big impact and easy effort, regular maintenance, and so regular schedules or conducting of this. So again, this is one of the things that I mentioned before. This is the state of the world the way you want it to be. What we need is action items. What action item needs to be taken in order to have regular maintenance and preventive maintenance? So this is not an action item. This is the desired end state, which is good as a desired end state, but it doesn't help us to know what to do in order to achieve that goal. Same here. Prepared the manual maintenance and repaired. So I'm sorry, the grammar is not quite clear to me here, but is it an action to create? Yeah, I'm not sure what the action is here. Can someone clarify this one for me?
This is preparing the manual.
Preparing a manual?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. A manual that describes how to do maintenance and repair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Very good. All right. Then that would be good to clarify. This one, using, so the action is to prepare the manual for how to do maintenance and repair. If that's not yet been done. Okay, then we can just let's bring this up here a little bit. The next one, using trolley, forklift, and conveyors. Again, this is not an action. This is a state of how we want things to be. But in order to pick solutions, we need to have the action. Because I don't know, do we have a trolley? Do we have a forklift? Do we have a conveyor? And we should just use them? Or do we not have them and we need to buy them? Because if we have to buy them, I would put this over here. But if we simply have them already and we're not using them, then I would be fine here. So think about what is the actual action that needs to happen, and then we can put it in the right place. If we already have them, then using them might be a big impact. But what do we have to do in order to use them? Maybe we have to fix them first. Maybe we have to train a driver. Maybe we have to, I don't know. But think about this. But if it's buying, then probably it's more expensive and it goes in the challenge. Possible things. These are going to be small impact, but easy to do. Assign day and night shift laborers, duty rotating. Do we have to hire new people for this one? Or my question would be, is this expensive to do or is it not expensive? Hiring new people sounds expensive. It may be more of a big project. Specify the raw material specifications. Okay, I think that goes back to the suppliers. Agreement attached with full compliance company requirements. Okay, training on quality control and HACCP. Okay, but this is going to be for our. So we want to be as specific as possible. Training for suppliers, as an example here. So here, building the network between supplier, service provider, and us. Okay, this may be a new project, a big thing. Increased budget, certainly a big, hard to do. And then make the farmers aware of the post-harvesting handling and contract to utilize the gap. Is this really as big a thing as increasing our budget, or is it maybe smaller? Maybe it should move closer to here, or maybe it should move down to here. Is it really such a big impact? Is it really so much effort? So think about where is the best, where's the right place for this. Group 1 online has some things: define clear work instructions, need to assign permanent skilled worker. Again, maybe this is expensive to have a permanent skilled worker assigned, or maybe it's something easy to do. We have them, but they're not assigned. So you need to be the judge of that. Provide training, hygienic training, set control measures over hygienic practices. Okay. And there may be different actions. CCTV may be one action that's more expensive and harder to do. Maybe people won't like it. And so we can separate out these different into things. Visual, so every action here should be really separate. So I would make these two different things. So another one would be install CCTV. To observe hygienic practice by work. Yeah, so this would be one. And again, maybe we'd move it somewhere else now because it's very specific, and maybe we know people won't like it. Maybe it'll be very hard to do. I don't know. And then this one could be setting visual check. Regular visual check over hygienic practices by supervisors. Okay. And this may be possible, but maybe it won't make a big difference. That's what it says here. Easy to do, but we don't know how big the impact will be. Maybe this one, because people don't like to have CCTVs, maybe we put it up here. Setting a regular maintenance plan. So this simply creating a maintenance plan, my guess is probably not so hard to do. It might be in here or it might be down here, but think about how much impact do we expect to have and how easy or hard is it, and then move it in the right place. Okay, but nicely done. You're beginning to think about these and work on them. That's nice. Online group 2, looks like we've got something here. Let's take a look. Okay, very nice. So to improve packaging house capacity, we have impact, big and small. We have effort, easy and hard. And operating 3 shifts by 8 hours. Again, if that's really is easy to do, okay. Renting a packing house, again, that seems a bit expensive, but maybe set up hygiene practices. Okay, standardized procedures. Okay, temporary collection point, train migrant workers, rent collection point. Okay, purchase automated equipment. Often this is where it may end up, but it may also be big impact. And we can see several different things here. I won't go through them all, but here one has to select 1 or 2 of them in the end, that these are the things that we would want to do. Okay, so looks nicely done. Thank you. Group 2 and group 1 in the conference room. We have define the type of emergency contexts. Gosh, now I need a quick reminder. This is about the drying of cherries, is that right? So, okay, mandatory orientation of new people. By the way, gosh, am I in the right? Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't in English. Now I'm in English. So biosolar dryer, assign workers to listen to the weather news. Okay. But what would they do if they were to listen to the weather news? What would they do with that? Certainly SOP could be good. Okay. So what types of things could go wrong? What types of emergencies might we encounter? And when it's cloudy or when there's rain expected. Okay, good. Any questions or comments about the pick chart? Any comments or questions about the pick chart? So it's a valuable tool, and it helps us to prioritize because we look at 2 aspects: the effort, how much effort does it take, and we look at the impact, how big is the impact of that effort. And then we can categorize things and decide whether we want to do them for sure, possibly do them because they're easy but not much impact, consider doing them as a new project because they're hard but they have big impact, or the things that simply we don't want to do because they have small impact and they're hard to do. And it works very well with our root causes 5 why problem tree, because these things at the bottom are the things that we would be then finding potential solutions for. Okay. So Which group was that? Yeah. Okay. Can someone answer that for us? Why did you put that in the kill quadrant? Anyone from that group to respond?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, we just put it in this, yes, and here, because the solar dryer could be quite expensive, and it would be hard for the small group to invest. And also that is even that it is quite expensive. If we can use only about 2-3 months per year, it is not effective.
Okay. Okay, so exactly for the right reasons, we thought that the impact would be small, and we thought that the investment would be large, and therefore we decided, no, that's not the right thing for us. Okay, and that's exactly how we use this chart. Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, great. So let's. Oh, and my PowerPoint is not cooperating. Just a moment. So, well, while we're waiting for my PowerPoint to recover, what we looked at in this module is some basic tools of problem solving, and we looked at brainstorming, we looked at Pareto diagrams, we said, you know, we simply need to do analysis also and understand why things are happening, and then we got into two big tools that we've practiced. One's the 5 why tool, where we ask why to understand the causes, the root causes, hopefully, of the problem. And typically we go around 5 times down. And then also we looked at the pick chart, where once we start looking at solutions, we can then categorize them in these 4 quadrants here. According to the PIC acronym, easy to do but small, these are possible. Easy to do, big impact, we definitely want to do these. Hard to do but big impact, these are challenges, we consider doing them. And then small impact, hard to do, these are the ones we would consider killing, not doing them. And that's the structure that we want to use. Okay, my PowerPoint is still not coming back. And it's not coming back here either. Okay, let's wait for just a moment long. Okay, PowerPoint disappeared. Let's see if we can bring it back. That's interesting. Okay, we'll go with this auto Cover. Okay, let's just keep going with this. I'll save it later. Oh yeah, we looked also at the marking technique. Okay, quick little fun game for you. A little bit of entertainment here. There is a pattern to the letters of the alphabet. Either they go on the first row, or they go on the second row, or they go on the third row. Can anyone predict where the letter P should go? Does the P belong in the first row, in the second row, or in the third row? You can just unmute, or you can put something in the chat. Where do you think these letters belong? Sorry, I know I am sharing. Yeah, I am sharing. Any thoughts on where the next letter goes? Where does letter P go? In the second row, let's see. Yes, where does letter Q go?
First row.
And it goes in the second row also. Where does letter R go? Third row, and the answer is second row. Where does the letter S go?
Second row.
Where does letter S go? Second row, okay, let's try. And the answer is third row. Look at the shape of the letters. Look at the shape of the letters and tell me where the next one goes. What does the first row have in common? Does the second row have in common? What does the third row have in common?
In the first row, all the letters are straight,
Yep.
curved, all straight. For B, the combination of curved and straight.
Yep.
Second row, combination of curved and straight. For the
Yep.
third row, all curved, no straight line.
Okay, so where does the T go?
First row.
U?
Second row.
V?
First row.
W?
First row.
X?
First row.
Y? And Z?
Second row.
First row again. That's right. Straight, only straight, mixed. The second row is mixed, curve and straight, and the bottom row is only curved. So it's important for us when we are analyzing to be able to find patterns so that we can understand what things are causing which behavior and how to address them. Okay. That is, any last questions or comments about this module? Okay. Then we will get started. Oops. Okay, Let's see. All right, so our next topic is levels of improvement and Eodicata. And we'll work on this through the end of the day. So we are still on our solving problems. And let's think about this. Just like shoes, not every problem we encounter is the same. Therefore, we can't address them all in the same manner. How do problems we encounter differ from one another? What might you say? Go ahead and just write something in chat or speak out. How do problems that we encounter differ from one another? What would you suggest? The size?
Impact.
The size and the impact, yeah. And the complexity also. So the size, yeah. So let's look at this then. What our goal here in this module is that you would understand and you can apply some of the appropriate standard scalable process improvement process. So the same basic process, plan, do, check, act, we can expand that to more complex if the problem is also more complex, or we can keep it very simple if the problem is relatively simple. We'll talk about the gap, the different methods make it better, problem solving method, Toyota, PDCA, DMAIC. And then there are a large number of hidden slides which have more detail about process improvement projects, about Kaizen events, workshops, and additional templates and tools that you could use. These are hidden, they're in the slide deck, but they won't show up in my presentation here. Oops, just 1 second.